A very good morning to one and all as we welcome you back to the UE Spec here in St. Augustine, where we're getting ready for day 3 of this delicately balanced encounter. If anything, you could give a slight edge to the West Indies Academy, but as I say, it's a new day and it could very well be a new game of cricket as the CCC look to take wickets and the West Indies Academy try their endeavour best to pile on the runs as they look to build a formidable lead, and that will probably unset the CCC a big total as they try to chase that down, hoping to come from behind for a victory. So that is the situation. They will resume this morning on 44 for 1, having lost the wicket of Kadeem Alian for 32. Caught and bowled Keon Otley just at the close yesterday evening. The two umpires are out, Amaske Mark and Anil Raja is here with me, and Anil, the game really could still go either way, but it really depends on how well the CCC bowls, by contrast how well the West Indies Academy batsmen stand up to the challenge.
Yes, good morning to you, Rustin Mark, and a very good morning as well to all our viewers. I think you're right there because one thing for certain is that most likely this game is going to have a very decisive result. I don't think it's going to end in a draw. I think at the moment the West Indies Academy hold a slight advantage. They have an overall lead of 113 and they've got all of 9 wickets in hand. So we expect, even though they bat badly, let's say they get out for around 200 runs, Ruskin, they're still going to be in a pretty strong position with a total of 300, a target they should be setting the CCC. So we expect to see a good battle here today. It would take a lot from the CCC bowlers to really dismiss the academy for a small score and give themselves a chance to come and win from behind after having dropped first in points. But that is left to be seen. The wicket is playing fairly good. A couple deliveries are keeping low, especially on the southern end. That might work to the advantage of the bowlers. But even if that is happening tomorrow, it probably might be even worse because that would be the final day of the match. And the wicket here at UE, it's known to turn and keep low as the game progresses. So we expect that there's going to be a good fight, or at least the CCC should try to put in a good enough fight and dismiss the academy for a score that they can overhaul in the end.
Well, the players are out in the middle, as you can see, getting ready, and the conditions are really pristine conditions here at UE Spec. Excellent for a cricket match, and I'm sure the players on both teams would have gotten some rest last night and looking to come back and do a good job today, whether they're batting, bowling or fielding. Remember, there are a couple of the games going on simultaneously, and those games also interestingly poised. We'll keep you updated on those as we go through today. But Dawn, a man who shaped very well in the first inning, is Joshua Dawn, and we'll be hoping to really carry on this time around and maybe get a really big score. But he certainly shaped like he knew what he was about as a batsman. Let's see how he stands up today. And finishing that over that started last evening was Yannick Otley, and splendid over indeed, and a maiden wicket for him. And what a way to start your spell.
And of course that is to complement the good bowling performance that he had in the first innings, where he got a 5 for 44 I thought it was, and that was a very good performance from Yannick Otley in that first innings, because the other bowlers were very unpenetrative, and he was the man who came and really started picking up wickets and kept the total of the opposition within range, and they were eventually dismissed for 300. So a good bowling spell from him in the first innings, and he has already shown signs here that he wants to continue in that vein.
Well, Jediah Blaze is going to take up the attack this morning. He looked like he was really struggling last evening. So we'll see what happened. And we will have to monitor his situation, but he really struggled with his run-up, and he looked like he was carrying some kind of a niggle, hamstring, groin, whatever it may be. We'll see. We have a little delay because the batsman, the left-hander, wants the side screen adjusted to whirl. And let me also say that while we were hoping to see him back, we knew that it was always going to be difficult. But Zishan Motara, the young man who batted so well for his 56 yesterday, unfortunately will take no further part in this game. And as a result, the CCC are without their wrist spinner in the leg break googly bowler, as he has been replaced as a concussion replacement, a concussion substitute. And it's that man again who gets a chance to come into the team and see if he could make some impression. Odain McCarthy, he was on the field yesterday, and so he's back again today. And ironically, Raj, he did that in the last game as well, when wicketkeeper Richards went out with a concussion, and McCarthy came in as his replacement and did very well with the bat and in the field. And you saw him yesterday showing sprinter speed.
Yeah, he's extremely quick as a sprinter. He looked like an Olympic sprinter yesterday, chasing that ball down to the boundary.
And that's well played. That's the way to get cracking here on the first ball you face. It's not going to get to the boundary, but they may get a third if they wanted to. They decided against it, and Worrell was happy with 2.
Any information on the specific injury regarding Motara Ruskin?
Well, it depends on where to start.
Well, he's been injured so many different places, but hearing it is a concussion sub, yep, you would get worried. Yeah. I don't know if that the last time he got struck, if it was in the body area or in the head area.
It was close to the throat, I think, is where he got hit. And that's
he really took a battering in that innings that he played. But he really did fight for his team yesterday. He had a torrid time, especially against Johan Lane, who was very impressive with his pace and especially those short pitch deliveries.
So the lead is now 115, and but I'm sure with the examinations that they would have conducted on him, it's all part of his own interest and his best interest. Hence the reason why they made the decision that they did. My fear was that the finger might have been fractured when he had to go off, not able to grip the bat. But apparently after some icing and what have you. But even when he came back to bat, he still was and I suppose that's just the psychological part of it, he still wasn't comfortable gripping the bat. So as the ball hit the bat, you could see him withdrawing that bottom hand.
Yeah, and the final delivery of the innings, he got struck again.
He's edging, and it just dropped short. And again, Warrior was throwing the bat at that, and luckily for him, it went down and didn't go directly to hand. It just dropped in front of the slip cordon, and it ran down to what would be a straight fine leg, and picked up a couple more.
It wasn't really to the pitch of that delivery, but he still went through with a big booming looking drive through cover. Got a tick outside edge, falling just short of the man at second slip. So signs here that Academy are willing to play shots and try to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Look at how far forward now the slip fielder, the second slip fieldsman, is compared to the first slip. He's really advanced, and that's Yannick Otley there. He's taking a giant step forward.
Well, they've realized as well that a lot of the balls are not really bouncing that high and dropping short of the wicketkeeper at times, and even when they do get the edges, dropping short of the slip fieldsmen. So obviously they have taken a step or two forward.
He in particular, look at how much further ahead
Yeah.
of the first slip he is.
Yannick is ahead of the first slip, yeah.
He's ahead of the keeper by a long way as well.
It usually happens. I can recall when Phil Simmons used to be feeling slip for the Trinidad and the bigger team, we used to have to be begging him to step back. You know, he used to challenge actually the catches. He used to be way ahead of the rest of the slip cordon.
So that
And
brings you over
he
to
hardly
an
dropped
end.
catches.
Yep, that brings you over to an end. It's 48 for 1 at the end of it. Yeah, Simmons was an outstanding, an excellent slip catcher.
Yeah, he had some huge hands, Ruskin. If you see the palm of Simmons' hand, you would know that he's not going to drop anything.
We have what we call buckets for hands. So this is going to be the part here. This first hour could really set the tone for the rest of today. If the CCC can pick up a couple early wickets here and really put the cat among the pigeons, it could really dictate how the rest of today goes.
Well, they are under some pressure, Ruskin, because not only do they have to pick up wickets, they have to keep that run scoring at a minimum. Because as it is at the moment, the overall lead is way over 100, so they would have to do well to keep the total, let's say, around 200 or even less than that.
Well, he's now taking the man at forward short leg and putting him at a silly mid-off. But I think at least length is going to be crucial here. Cannot allow the batsman to be playing him on the back foot unless he's bowling that quicker one that we've seen, keeping low just on around the off stump.
That's a good bit of fielding.
Look at Shamar Brooks just sprinting to Kamil Puran there, just congratulating him on a fine stop. So they seem to be in good spirits as a unit. And that one coming off the bat there at a awkward angle. If anything, he might be encouraged to probably put a gully fieldsman as well. And just to create a little doubt in the batsman's mind that the wicket is doing something that it really isn't. Again, the end of a fine over from Yannick Otley, and at the end of it, it's 48 for 1.
Joshua Dawn looked very impressive in that first innings. Thought that he was going to go on to get a big one because he looked so comfortable and he was playing on both sides of the wicket, playing off the back foot and off the front foot as well, and some delightful shots. Seemed to have a bit of class in him, Joshua Dawn. I was very impressed the way he handled it in the first innings. I think that they will be dependent on him a lot as well to bat as much as he could deep into the day's play.
Here's another one.
Bowled
Again,
him.
he's bowled him. Then again, Worrell trying to cover up. Somehow he missed it, and Blaze didn't. That's the beauty of bowling wicket to wicket, and that is the breakthrough that they were craving early this morning. It's 48 for 2 now, and Worrell is on his way.
Well, that's the type of start that the CCC would have been looking forward to. They needed an early breakthrough, and they need to continue taking wickets at regular intervals if they are to be in with any chance of scoring a victory from behind. They already dropped points on first innings in that they were led by 69 runs by the West Indies Academy, so they obviously would have to keep taking wickets regularly and try to dismiss the West Indies Academy for a small score and then try to see if they can get whatever target is set. So this is a good breakthrough here for them. Blades being the man yesterday, he was out of sorts. He couldn't get his rhythm going, and He just had about 3 overs yesterday and then was taken off the balls. But he has hit the spot here this morning, removing Warrell. So that's a fall of wicket number 2, and it has happened with the score on 48.
So the new batsman is Teddy Bishop, who's come to the crease here. Bishop, another one who carries a lot of promise, and no doubt we'll be hoping that he can fulfill some of that promise here today with a good innings. Really is wonderful conditions for cricket. If anything, the wicket could be the key to it all here. All the bowlers have to do is use the wicket.
Yeah, it would be advisable for them to try to keep the ball on the stumps most of the times, because a lot of deliveries we've seen, Ruskin, even from day one, quite a few deliveries have kept very low.
Yeah, the thing is that it plays kind of up and down. Bowlers, if you put effort into it, you could get the ball
Yeah,
climb up to head height or above, and then one or two will just hit and squat.
yeah, that's a difficult track to bat on, really. Variant bounce, because chance of a run out. Bit of indecision there. The ball was struck between the man at point gully and cover. Indecision in the call.
Dawn never moved.
Yeah.
It just seemed as if Bishop was eager to get off the mark, but Dawn had no interest at all.
Yeah, Ruskin, when you're batting on a track and one passes by your helmet and another one, the other one is down at your boots, I mean, you become apprehensive, you know. You don't bat with the sort of confidence that you would like.
And here is another one that takes off. That's going to go for 4 byes. And again, Richards trying to catch up with it with his left hand, was clutching at air, and it goes down to the boundary for 4. Now they could ill afford too many extras. In their last innings against the Leeward Islands, they conceded in excess of 30 extras, and we had maybe 3 or 4 of those occurring, balls that the wicketkeeper missed. Now granted, Richards was not the keeper. In fact, it was Brooks who was behind the stumps, and the ball would squat in front of him, and of course, not having wicket keep for a while, he didn't have the tools at his disposal to deal with it. Not a lifting delivery.
Can't really blame wicketkeeper Demario Richards for that last delivery. It was a wayward delivery indeed, and kept going further down leg side. He tried getting across, and he even got in a big dive, but still he wasn't able to get his glove through that ball. So a wayward delivery there again from Blades.
What I don't understand is you got a wicket with a ball pitched up, and he was yet to bowl a pitched up delivery to the new batsman. Teddy Bishop played everything on the back foot, or allowed it to go down the leg side. If you just bowl down Warrell with a pitch of a delivery, pitching in a good length, and the wicket assisting, that's the first delivery you're trying with a new batsman. He's yet to pitch one up to the new batsman. Well, he will face Dawn now. Another short one. So that completes the over, and at the end of it, 53 for 2. The West Indies Academy batting a second time after they took a 69-run first innings lead, and with every run that they add, they just keep building that lead more and more. Which is now up at 122 at the moment.
Yeah, they would need to be getting wickets quite regularly here. CCC. 122 the overall lead at this point in time. It's going to be Teddy Bishop. He would be looking to make amends. Thought he was a bit rash in that first inning, Ruskin. He really is an exciting stroke player. He likes playing shots, but he's got to stay in the wicket as well.
The key is, and Utley is certainly finding a good line and a good length here. That's the thing that I like about how he's bowling this morning. His length is good.
Yeah, he's a sort of back of the length bowler. He doesn't really give you too many half volleys, and he's got good control as well. If you notice, he's got just the 3 men on the onside, 6 on the off, so he's concentrating more or less on that off stump line. You would like to bowl some on the wicket as well, because for those batsmen who like to play on the back foot, you know, you getting some deliveries to keep low, you'd always have a chance of getting a wicket, LBW, or even bowled.
And again, we see Bishop looking to jump onto that back foot.
Yeah, he's very aggressive, Teddy Bishop.
But we've seen time and again that decision could prove fatal. Quite a few batsmen, including the one who is bowling, also suffered as a result of back foot play. So you have to be very precise in picking length. Another over comes to a close quickly here. Utley getting through his overs quite rapidly. 53 for 2 at the end of it.
Teddy Bishop looking to make amends. You can see that he is applying a lot more concentration here in the second innings, having a field in the first innings, and he's one of the men that they are depending on quite heavily. Himself and Dawn, two of the more exciting batsmen in the West Indies.
Dawn made 36, Bishop made 13.
Yeah, and they both looked so good and so well set, and out of the blue, just got out.
It would be interesting to see how Blades adjusts his length here, because
well, he has been fairly inconsistent, Rock, because in that first innings as well, he was really spraying the ball all over the place, way down leg side, wide outside off stump. Then he was having trouble with his run-up as well. But that wicket that he got early on here, I think that should give him the sort of confidence that he would need to complete a good spell. He needs to pick up wickets. Wow.
And here again, the batsman ducking, but taking his eyes off the ball. It didn't get up as much. And I think that is what he is referencing now. Dawn, he just kind of dipped his knees, and then the ball didn't pass too far from that helmet.
He's got a leg gully there, or is it a wide leg slip?
It is a leg slip.
Seems to be posted in front of the man who's down at the fine leg boundary. Well. There's the inconsistency again.
And he's gone around the wicket, so he's...
Yeah, he would angle it into the right-hander.
Yeah, but something, he's trying to correct something. And, but like I said, I just think his length is off. You could bowl the short ball, but you want to use it sparingly. You want to try to get the batsman playing at deliveries on around that off stump. Yeah, that's where you want to be, even a little bit closer to him in terms of length. Because in his mind now, because that one didn't get up as much, he obviously is thinking which one is going to keep low. And if you could sort of hustle him with your length and get him in two minds, then you half the battle is won there.
Just the one slip, there's a gully, a forward short leg, and a leg slip. Those are the men in close catching position. And again, going down the leg side. No control whatsoever from Blades.
And the thing is, he has a fine leg and the leg gully. He has a man just to the left of the umpire at square leg. He doesn't have a deep backward square. He can't put a third man down there because they already have two behind the crease. So if he continues to bowl short, a little bit of indecision. They're playing away from his body.
Yeah.
And that is what you want to do. But again, because the length isn't what it should be, because if he's pitching that on a fuller length, that kind of indecision could very well see him playing and missing or just getting the edge. But you want to create that doubt in his mind, and I think he has doubt in his mind now, and his doubt is based on the pace, the bunks.
I think as well the balls on off stump or just outside off stump is now becoming a surprise ball because he's bowling so many going down the leg side that even when he bowls a good delivery, he surprises the batsman.
Another one down that leg side again. It's a no ball.
Now there are 3 men behind square. I'm almost certain about that.
That's the reason they pushed the man back.
And
but
kept
they
him
pushed
behind
back
square.
Behind square. He has to be forward of square.
Well, the umpire picked up on that very early.
And I think the fielder probably just drifted there.
Yeah, he should be aware of that as well.
Because he was forward of square. And then they pushed him back on the boundary, but he kind of lost his line. Because there's now the fine leg, the deep backward square, and the leg gully. And again, indecision there, and coming forward in that ball again, leaving the bat at an awkward height. But he survives. And Dawn, that brings the over to an end 54 for 2 at the end of it.
Well, just 2 deliveries in that over. He bowled it on a proper line, and on both occasions, he had the batsman in a bit of trouble. That last delivery there, he hit it in the air for a while. And before that, the other good delivery, the batsman was playing far away from the body. So he's not consistent whatsoever. He's got to keep bowling consistently on a good length and line.
So it's going to be Utley who's going to continue.
Oops.
Nagging away at that.
Well, this is what they would want out there, CCC, that they sort of dry up the runs and create some pressure. You can't have runs leaking.
Another nicely flighted delivery. Again, just a little bit of pace taken off of that one. Batsman reaching for it. So it's a real examination here, a real test for these two. And, standing up straight, Bishop.
He's the type of batsman who doesn't like to be kept too quiet, Ruskin.
You know, it's a matter of time before he
Yeah.
runs down the wicket and pelts the bat. Now, he might get away with it because there's some big gaps in the field. But there's a long off. As well as a man at that deep cover position. So there is protection out there.
That's very well played. On the back foot, control shot, punching it through cover. There's a man at deep cover. Shamar Brooks would really have to pull out all the stops here. All his experience would have to come into play. I was a little disappointed with his tactics in the first innings. Thought he probably overbowled Yannick Utley at the southern end. Even though he had picked up 4 wickets after that, he bowled far too long after and was not getting through. He eventually brought him back on the southern end here, where he picked up his 5th wicket.
Another comfortable single here. Utley bowled a long spell, and consecutively at that too, before being removed. But he gets through another quick over, and 55 for 2 now, just a single off of it. 1 wicket for 2 runs.
Kind of excited to see when Marcus gets on the ball, Ruskin. I like his action. I like his bowling arm speed. You know, and then he's got Goodridge as well.
His issue, and I think this wicket will suit him very well because the amount of effort he puts into his deliveries, he can get the ball to jump from just short of a good length, and like I said, if he just lines them up properly, he could get some movement off the wicket also.
But he doesn't really hit it too short. Even though he's got the fast arm action, he has some pace. He tries to keep it up to the bat. Unlike Lane, you could actually see when Lane is looking to dig it in short. I think he would have to learn that technique to bowl the short pitch delivery. You know what length he would have to bowl it at to create some problems. That's Marcus I'm talking about.
This one again is striking him once more, and the batsman having real difficulty. It signals 4 runs, so it hit the butt. And when I thought it hit him on the arm or something, but apparently it hit him on the bat. It hit the bat rather, and went down to third man, went over the slip cordon. That's 4 runs.
He was trying to take the bat out of the way, but was late on that decision. The ball had already hit the bat. Fortunate for him that it didn't travel in the air. You see, this is what is happening. From the moment he puts the ball on the right line, he's creating problems. But you're getting just 2 good deliveries and over, and that is not going to work here. At this level, you need to be bowling consistently, a good line and good length. Well,
that was a short one, and
I wasn't all that bad. But I hate to see the fast bowler pulling the ball down the leg side consistently. Not only is it giving the wicket-keeper problems, you give away extras as well. Couple occasions we've seen the ball go for 5 wides, and then no chance of getting a wicket with that sort of delivery. He has to up his game here, Blades.
So he has the man at square leg now, 3/4 of the way out. But that's a good delivery. Bowled him.
Out.
Goes right through again. And once more, the ball keeping a bit low. And the batsman is standing there bewildered at the moment. And he's not sure what happened there, Dawn. But he has to go for 5. It's now 60 for 3 now. And things starting to happen here quickly this morning. As I indicated, the first hour could very well set the tone for the rest of today. And so far, so good for CCC.
Well, this is what they really need. They need to keep picking up wickets at regular intervals. And even though Blades is inconsistent with his length and line, he has done what the team needs, and that is to pick up wickets. So that's the second wicket he has picked up here this morning. And he needs to continue in that vein. That was a beautiful delivery because even Dawn, as good as he looked in the first inning, he seemed to be at sea with that delivery there. Did it go through bat and pad?
Yeah, it kept low, kept a bit
kept
low.
low, yeah,
and,
because.
But that's what I've been saying all along. If he bowls the length, I think he's gonna find the batsman having real difficulty because he does have pace, and by the time they make the adjustment, he'll be through them in a flash. And isn't it ironic that the fact that he's bowling so many short balls and the 2 wickets that he got are all bowled down?
Yeah.
You know.
Well, one of the good things about the short pitch deliveries that's going way over the batsman's head is that it has the batsman in 2 minds when the good ball is there. You know, they're a bit indecisive. They're looking for that short pitch delivery or the one going down the leg side. So they're not all that prepared for the good deliveries.
So Jordan Johnson is the new batsman. He too is another one who has a wealth of talent. seemed to be a man in a hurry most times. And I would put another slip in for him because he will go after the bowling.
And there he goes again, the new batsman in and down the leg side.
We do have a leg gully in position, plus a fine leg and a man at deep square leg. So an indication that the short ball is a deliberate ploy. He just needs to line them up properly.
I think you were right, Ruskin, that he needed another slip, because I'm sure that the movement he's getting is away from the left-hander. He's got 5 men on the leg side. I don't really understand that sort of field placing. 5 men on the leg side.
Yeah, but that completes the over. 60 for 3. At this team, the lead is 129.
Well, that overall score looks like what the CCC would want. 129 for 3. I thought this morning they started with an overall lead of 113 and was just 1 wicket down. But now that they have picked up those 2 wickets, it looks fairly respectable from a CCC point of view. And if they can continue getting wickets, anything that is under 250, they would be in with a very good chance in this game.
And that has to be the target here, finding that balance and making sure that you limit the run scoring and at the same time try to take wickets at regular intervals. In fact, you're aiming at try to bowl out the opposition. As I welcome back Dinner and Dale this morning. That's a good shot, and they're going to get this single. No, a bit of hesitation, just making it back. But that's brilliant, and that is McCarthy for you. He got his body in the way. He didn't field it cleanly, and it just ran away from him. But he picked himself up and really just had the ball in his hands and almost effected a run out. Teddy Bishop luckily made it back.
A blessed morning to our listeners. What a wonderful day today for cricket. So 2 early wickets, I think that's what CCC needs here. I must say the first wicket was a beauty of a delivery by Blades to Worrell.
Again on the back foot and having to hurry. So Otley creating some problems himself. Hasn't had a wicket yet this morning, but keeping things very tight at that southern end.
I think yesterday I was a bit surprised, that he brought on the off spinner Greaves in front of him. Yannick yesterday, after the off spinner bowled 3 overs, then he brought on Yannick, a man who had 5 wickets in the first inning.
Again, just nagging away there. And not spinning the ball much, but because the line is so good, the batsman a little bit hesitant, but I won't be surprised if he jumps down the wicket after him and try to hit him over his head at some point in time. But again, despite the ability of so many of these batsmen, you have to read the game, read the situation of the game and play accordingly.
That's correct. I think CCC is doing the correct thing today. They are stifling them in the runs, and I think that's what they need to do today.
Another maiden over for Yannick Otley. It remains 60 for 3. The lead is 129.
Yannick Otley 5 was 1 for 2. So CCC is doing the correct thing today. They are just stifling them, and I think a wicket or 2 here again will put them right on top of back on this game.
Do you know, and if I was to call you and tell you, if you call me and you say, boy, Ruskin, how the cricket going? And I say, boy, Yannick have 5 overs, or a wicket for 2 runs, you swear the wicket turning square. But it's not the first thing you say, boy.
Sure, right.
He probably turning the ball square.
No, but Yannick Otley, I think, is about one of the young player, the player trainers. As I said yesterday, correct left arm orthodox action. Is him close to Rafiq Jumadin.
And that's a good stop there from Shamar Brooks, although he sort of kicked the ball instead of catching it. So he's taking himself out to the slip now. We saw that in the first innings, and is platooning at that mid-off position. And my only thinking is that he's probably trying to be close to his bowlers. As he's driving at one, not out, says the umpire, and I still believe they need a second slip in there.
I think Blaze also he be a little erratic this morning. A couple of deliveries. He's put in 1 or 2 good deliveries into the wicket, to the batsman.
Now they push back. I think McCarthy now the sub is gone into a gully position, but I'd still like to see him closer to that first slip. And that's pulled away again. Short ball, but Johnson not afraid to take on the bowlers.
Watching yesterday's play and today, I think the short ball is getting a couple of the wickets, putting the batsman a little more tentative to come on their front foot. Yesterday when West Indies, the fast bowlers got 2 wickets with short ball.
Lane. But I think this is what the game really needed. A couple of wickets to fall, put some pressure back on the academy and have them fight to get out of it.
The good thing this morning, they have picked up 2 wickets and runs have dried up.
Well, they resumed this morning at a 44 for 1.
17.
So they haven't really set the place alight yet. So just 17 runs, and they've lost 2 wickets in the process. The lead is up to 130 now. It was 113 overnight. And again, a little bit uncomfortable playing that one. Seemed to be in 2 minds whether to go with a full-fledged pull shot or just try to fend it off, and he just barely got it away from the man at forward short leg.
I think Teddy Bishop, I saw him last year in the 50 over tournament at the Oval. He got 88. It was a good knock.
So there are Blades again, the go-to man for Shamar Brooks and the CCC. They rely on him heavily for wickets, and he has responded every time. Yeah, he goes driving, and a big drive there, missed everything. And now he's rehearsing a totally different shot because he's trying to open the face from that, I don't know, that straddle leg position that he was in there. And the one thing that was consistent there, the bat was well away from the pad. The pad went down the wicket, the bat was going way outside the off stump.
I think this morning, even though the runs have dried up, but none of the batsmen is in pushing the ball short, the extra cover or backwards, mid-wicket short to get a single self.
And this one is in the air, and like I said, he's not afraid to put bat to ball. He is going to chance his hands and picks up a boundary on that occasion. So he is getting into his work quickly. He goes to 5, and the score pushes on now to 66 now for the loss of 3 wickets.
I think so far this morning, CCC have done well by picking up 2 wickets and 21 runs. I think if you look at the score now at 166 to 3, you add 1 wicket to that or 2 wickets to that, it will be 66 for 5, which will be in a better position.
Yeah, that has to be the thinking here of CCC, is to keep the pressure on as much as possible and just try to build pressure. Even if you don't get a wicket, just keep it tight. because you know Bishop is going to, sooner or later, going to try to break these shackles.
I think this morning, but the one or two ball just kept a little low. The wicket have been playing not bad.
Yeah, he's cutting again on the back foot, and really the length, that was much too close to him to attempt a shot like that, and I think he must consider himself very lucky that he didn't get a little nibble on that one. So again, at least just giving him a little bit of width there. That obviously is a shot he likes to play. He has a slip, and that's silly mid-off in front of him there. Bishop goes for a walk. You could see that he's deep in concentration. It's like he's fighting with himself here because he knows he likes to really have a go here. And at this time he does well. Just turns the face, closes the face of the bat for a comfortable single. So 67 for 3. Nice bright sunny conditions here at the UE Spec in St. Augustine. I don't know if you're a big kite person, if you make your own kites or if you buy kites. Joel sells kites, you know.
That one was a little boy.
It's Easter time, so you know the problem with Joel, he tears up the white sheets to make tail for the kites. That's the problem.
I think this week I saw a big mad bull along my ass.
So it will be interesting now. They do not have a mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket for him when he's facing Utley, but I would imagine sooner or later they may have to consider that, because Johnson is the kind of man who will take up that challenge, and he will hit it in the air as well. 67 for 3 at the end of the over.
Another good over from Yannick Utley. Wicket to wicket, which is the ideal thing to be bowling on this wicket. Yesterday he picked up a 1 wicket ball and caught Alien in the last over of the day.
I think what I like about Yannick's bowling is that he's kind of clear in his mind what he wants to do, and you know, he's not trying to do too much. He's not complicating things. He's just thereabouts, kind of nagging away and keeping the batsman, you know, thinking about what. In fact, he's probably putting doubts in the batsman's mind that he's trying to do so much, when in reality he's just running up and churning away there, and just trying to keep things tight, and daring them to probably make
the mistake.
Yeah, make the mistake, or at least set the pace, and try to force the issue. A change in the bowling, and Goodrich is back into the attack now. This one is cut away nicely. That's going to run down the hill, but again, Kamil Puran doing well initially, but he couldn't prevent it from going over the line there. He got his hands and his body behind it, and he might have hurt himself a little bit as well. But
Brilliant effort by Kamil Puran there. He got to the ball, but it just eluded him the last minute of it. Seemed to like he have injured himself.
Yeah, it happens. He kind of put in a little dive. Again, he's driving.
A lovely day for cricket today. Sunshine that is all its glory here today at the UE Spec.
And this is the length, and I think Goodrich might be a little more consistent with the fuller length. And like I say, if the wicket does anything at all, he could very well benefit. From it. But he's more of the type of bowler that the batsman will be more inclined to come onto the front foot and drive.
But the 2 wicket from Blaze today was well up the delivery well up to the batsman. I think Goodrich has started that ploy.
Yeah, but he's a different bowler to Blades. Blades is more of a banger, but Goodrich is more of a length bowler. He will bowl a few short balls, but he's predominantly on a good line and a good length. They want 2, and they thought for a moment about it, and then they decide against it. Johnson was very keen on going back for a second run.
I think CCC they're doing well with limiting the runs for them, because they can't let the game get a little too ahead of them right now. If the West Indies emerging team bat until T or after T, they could well be close to 200.
Yep, because we were averaging about 100 runs a session.
Yeah.
You know.
But they are holding them to bear right now at it. And
So that one went right through him there, and that's going to be, well, it's getting close to the boundary. It's not going to get there. Blades is after it, and they will come back for the 3rd run. And it just seemed the ball just seemed to jump there, and Evelyn couldn't get his body behind it. He never got his hands down. He was probably prepared to take it on the body, but the ball eluded him.
Roscoe, you see this game going tomorrow, Saturday, the 4th day down to the end?
Yeah, because I don't think the wicket has deteriorated that much. It's still a good wicket.
Yeah.
In fact, it's still playing similar to how it played on the first day. It hasn't changed, you know, in terms of its mannerisms significantly. We've seen the ball keeping low, but it was keeping low on the first day as well. So it's just a question of the bowlers. That's the difference. It has to be somebody who's concentrated and say, this is what this wicket requires, and this is what I'm going to do. That's why I think Goodrich as well as Marcus could be key bowlers here, but they have to get it right. And this one is in the air, and it's just spun away from the man. He was making a valiant effort. In fact, he did brilliantly with the second attempt to haul it in. And we were just talking about Marcus, and that was him doing good work down there.
Brilliant
just
piece of feeling.
Night going over the ropes.
Running to his left and then leaping in the air to stop the ball.
So excellent work, and you could see the effort from the CCC this morning. They've come out here. Obviously, the coaches would have spoken to them about giving effort and doing your part, backing up the bowlers in the field. Here he goes again. This one is going to go away, and that's gone all the way, this time for 6 runs. So they've set the plan, but the plan, I don't think Goodrich is quick enough to really affect a batsman like Johnson. Johnson will play that shot, and he won't even try to play it on the ground because he feels he could clear the boundary, you know, regularly. So another 6.
I think if he's bowling that line with one man down there, cannot go out a man. He has to have 2 fieldsmen down there for that shot. But this one went clean out of the park.
So that completes the over as well. 84 for 3 now, and the lead is up to 153.
I think anything over 290, 300 is going to be a little difficult on our 4th inning.
Yeah, because they got 231 chasing 300 in the first innings, and unless somebody like a Shamar Brooks really plays a brilliant innings,
which he's capable of,
and you get support from 1 or 2 of the other batsmen, then you have a chance. But he will have to make a big 100, and somebody else or 1 or 2 others may have to get 50s to give them a chance.
I think you're looking yesterday, the CCC has some depth in their batting.
I think Blades has gone off the field, because I saw it look like Roshan Primus was coming onto the field just now, but I think Blades went off. I remember Odin McCarthy is already on the field as the concussion substitute. And that stroked nicely for
Too long off.
an easy single.
I think Johnson looked like a very busy batsman. He intends to get on with it, which is the ideal thing for them this morning.
Yeah, he's unafraid, and he's really a batsman who, as they say, will hit the ball in the air because he likes to go after the bowlers. Has a little hint of Roy Fredericks in him.
I thought you was going to say Anil Raja.
Well, a bulked up Anil Raja.
See, Trinidad Red Force in a little tight position at the Queen's Park Oval also at the end of the second day play.
Yeah, they too have to bat. They have to bat, try to bat out today, if they can. And here's the challenge here for Johnson now. Does he curb his natural aggressive instincts, or does he go flailing away? He wants a single, and again a little bit of yes, no, and Goodrich not able to really pick up the ball cleanly. And I think that's one of the areas of concern for Shamar Brooks, because he doesn't have enough quote-unquote dynamic fielders who can really put the pressure.
Again, this one keeping a little low.
The end of another Utley over, and at the end of it, 85 for 3.
Yannick got at least 7 overs, 1 for 5. I think CCC could prize out a wicket or two here before they, at least before the water break. At least 1 wicket, they could be in a good position.
Yeah, the thing that I'm like a little bit concerned about, and I suppose the coaching staff would tell you this, is the running between the wickets. That even at this level, a lot of these young batsmen still have difficulty judging singles. Now I know it's hard when the ball is square of the wicket, because the non-striker sometimes might be seeing one thing, the batsman might be seeing something else, and that is always a problem. Even at the test level you find that, but they have to sort it out, and that's the length that I think Goodrich is better at, and the short ball in his case is to be used sparingly. Now he does have that fine leg, but that fine leg is fairly wide. He probably could swing everything a little bit straighter.
The backward square could go to his left a bit.
As well as the fine leg. If you're going to bowl the short ball, then you know he's going to take it on.
I'll just go to 86, 87 for 3.
I think this is a great opportunity for Goodrich here to really bend his back and put in a good shift for his team. If he could get wickets, then that could change the whole complexion. He bowled well in the game against the Leeward Islands the last time out, but he didn't get any wickets. In neither inning did he get a wicket, but he was deserving. I think he got 1 in the first innings here, but they really need him now to step it up and put something in that wickets column.
Because just yesterday, just before tea, CCC was well placed and lose a wicket just on the stroke of tea, and 3 wickets right after tea. Change the whole game.
And who's to say that can't happen here today as well? But you need bowlers who will keep that pressure on, bowl the line, understand what the batsmen are trying to do, and limit what their options are. Put pressure on them to try to create or manufacture runs. Well bowled again.
I think CC doing well. As I said, the emergent team haven't really run away with the scoring runs this morning.
The other number. He looks like a substitute piece. He looks like a local player.
Bishop coming on his front foot and stroking that ball to mid-off very nicely.
That you want to see, because you want to see him, trying to play shots. So as a bowler, you don't mind him coming onto the front foot and playing the big expansive drives. What you're trying to do now, and may just be just the wrist movement, just to touch it down in front of him and see if you get it to deviate off the wicket from a similar length, and that adjustment could be all that you need, either away or in, to get through the gate or to hit the outside edge. The end of the over, a good one from Goodrich. It's 87 for 3 now, 25 overs completed.
For a small guy, he hits the ball hard. Last year, the 50 over game at the Oval, he got 88 and he climbed into about 3 good sixes at the Oval.
So 156 advantage at the moment, and they will need to keep adding to that all the time, because you just never know when one or two of these batsmen might just get a rush of blood, and then, as I say, his old man's down at the tail end. It's edging, it doesn't go to Shamar Brooks there at slip.
See, he goes over the wicket for this over.
Feeling for it there was Johnson, Jordan Johnson, so stockily built, a real busybody with the bat in hand. And just feeling for those deliveries there. So this is good bowling again from Otley.
He's slowing it up a bit this over to the batsman.
You can almost see him coming down the wicket just now. If he only gives it a little air, he doesn't have to change the length. He could just flight it a little bit more and really tease him. This time he stays on the back foot, and Goodrich does well. Not the orthodox fashion, but it's almost as if he dropped on the ball, and but he kept it from going past him. Cricket, the strange game, as I say, the game of glorious uncertainties, and all of a sudden we have a fight taking place out in the middle. And Kamal Puran has done well in the field. He hasn't been able to get among the runs, but he's certainly contributed in the field.
Talented little batsman.
And I think, when you batting is almost, it's an individual thing. Although you bat in tandem with the person at the other end, but batting is it's really an individual thing. It's not necessarily a selfish thing, but it's an individual thing. So it's your technique against the bowlers, and you always try to put on it. On the back foot he goes. This time it's going to run down the hill. It may have legs. I think it does. That's 4 runs. Goodrich not closing on it at all, and that's 4 runs down to that wide third man position, and that will be the water break as the refreshments are being brought onto the field as Jordan Johnson continues to build. He's up to 21, and it is Now a score of 89 for 3. Teddy Bishop is on 14.
I think some of these young players, when they step up from club cricket to this first class level here, you know, it's a different scenario, and you have to put a little extra work into it. It's not the same basic club cricket. This is, you know, you're getting bowlers bowling to you 4 and 5 good bowling over compared to club cricket, you know, may take. So I think they have to really be a little. Cricket is a scientific game. No. Batting, bowling, and fielding is a scientific game. So I think when they step up to the next level, they have to put a little extra effort into it and a little more thinking towards it.
Well, the players are getting refreshed, so we take a break and we come back when play is about to resume. Welcome back as we get ready for the resumption after the little break in proceedings here. The players, I'm sure, got a chance not just to get refreshed, but also to chat a little bit about where they are at the moment. And Goodrich is going to continue from the top end as I welcome back Anil Raja.
Thank you, Ruskin. An overall lead of 162. They've got 7 wickets in hand. So a slight advantage, I would say, to the West Indies Cricket Academy. They've got Teddy Bishop at the wicket. He's on 14. And Jordan Johnson quickly moved on to 21. He has gone past Teddy Bishop. These two are very exciting stroke players. And the longer they stay there, oh my goodness, that's going to be 4.
Yes, he was cutting at that one aerial, but it went over the head of the gully fieldsman. And down to that third man boundary for 4 runs. Now, third man is an area where you want to believe if you're trying to prevent runs, that's one of the areas that you almost always have to protect. And right now, that's exactly where that ball went, and I'm sure before today is out, you'll see quite a few more running down that area.
Yeah, he's at point at the boundary, the man. There's no third man. He's a point on the boundary, and that really is a field for bad bowling. I thought they should have taken out the gully, put him on normal cover, and bring the man at the point boundary to a normal third man, and concentrate on that off-stump line.
And Goodrich is the type of bowler, he bowls a much fuller length than some of the other bowlers.
Yeah.
So I understand why they have the two slips, because if he gets the edge at all, they want to have somebody there to catch it.
Well, I don't expect anything to go at gully in the air off balls that are pitched up to the batsman. Because once the ball is pitched up, I don't think there's going to be a lot of bounce for it to carry to the man at gully.
That's a well-taken single there, just dropping it at his feet and scampering through. Well, the scenario is the Red Force, who were riding high coming into this clash with Barbados, could very well lose this game before lunch on the third day, because they were bowled out for 124 this morning, and they lost their 7 wickets in double quick time, and Barbados, they need a further 10 runs, or rather 16 runs rather, to win. They're 2 without loss.
Well, Ruskin, I think you should put me on my guard before you give me this sort of shocking news. That's shocking, really. I mean, it has happened in probably an hour's play.
Yep.
Well, we're hoping that the Red Force will try to rally as best as they could and bat out most of the day. They've already been bowled out, and that game is going to finish before the luncheon interval.
Yep.
Wow, that's not good news from a Red Force point of view.
You get beaten in 2 days on a session, or not even a session.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's sad. Well, here
at 99 for 3 at the end of it.
Yeah, and here at UWI Spec, it's a completely different scenario. I think with this pair at the wicket, the young Jordan Johnson, who came out of that last Youth World Cup as one of the stars. I think he got 2 centuries there, and he got it in a very, very emphatic fashion. And together with Teddy Bishop, he's another stroke player. If you don't get rid of this player quickly, you are going to be chasing quite a lot of runs here, because they usually score very quickly. And as we've seen here, Johnson has moved on to 22 of an equal amount of deliveries. And Teddy Bishop, a bit watchful by his standards, 19 or 42, but he probably realizes the situation, that he needs to stay out there for a long period.
I'm sure that would be part of the thinking. Just to tell you, Trinidad bowled out for 124, and Jamal Warrican, 6 for 31, and Jason Holder, 4 for 23. So just the 2 of them destroyed the Trinidad and Tobago batting, and now they leave Barbados with a very easy task.
Well, that's not the first time I've seen or heard Jomel Warrican going through the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup. I thought you were down there as well, Ruskin, at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy when he did rip through the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup about 5-6 years ago. You know, that was when he was really on top of his game, and he was called to the West Indies first team as well. So not surprising to hear that Warrican is among the wickets. He's a fairly tidy left-arm orthodox bowler. He's got great variations, and he uses the crease very well. But we have another left-arm orthodox spinner here, Yannick Otley. He picked up 5 wickets in the first inning, and he's battling away here to try to bring his team back in the game. He has 1 wicket to his name here for 11, and he's in his 9th over, so very economical.
Yeah,
pretty attacking field as well.
He's very consistent. 1 minute he has the man at silly mid off, then he brings him to forward short leg, as is happening now.
Well, he's playing mind games with the batsman, really. The batsman has to keep thinking about that.
Here's a short mid-wicket as well in a catching position. So Utley just mixing it up nicely, but again, everything is close to the stump, so the batsman knows that if he does anything rash, it will be a risk that he's taking, and one that could cost him his wicket. He's cutting that one again, backing away and trying to force the issue, Johnson, as is his custom, but he remains not out on 22. 19 to Bishop, it's 99 for 3.
Well, I still can't really get over the news that the game at the Queen's Park Oval is almost finished.
Well, I'll tell you again, Trinidad and Tobago pulled out for 124 with Jason Holder getting 4 for 23 from 12 overs on 1 ball, 5 of them were maidens, and Jamal Warrican 17 overs, 7 maidens, 6 for 31. They were the main destroyers. Django was the top scorer for Trinidad and Tobago with 35-23 to De Silva, and after that Webster not, Can not, Pier 4. He is cutting at one again, not getting at the edge, and again living dangerously there, Bishop. Just to continue here, Charles 1, Philip no score, and Seals not out on 8. So that is basically that, as they say. 124 all out, Trinidad and Tobago.
Well. It's Goodrich here continuing from the top end, the northern end here, the UWI spec. That's very well played by Teddy Bishop. Coming onto the front foot and bat very close to pad and making sure that he's right over that ball and plays it back defensively. Well, he's maintained the same field. 2 slip a gully, there's a point on the boundary, a cover and a mid-off. And on the leg side, there's a short mid-on. There's a man at the mid-wicket boundary and also the fine leg on the boundary. So the line of attack is going to be off stump. Pulled, that's over the man's head at short mid-wicket. Going to be a couple here. So 2 runs to Teddy Bishop. He moves on to 21.
That brings the 100 up at the moment. So 101 for the 3 wickets now. So 170 lead.
Yes, Shamar Brooks has got to keep his eye on that overall lead all the time. It is 170 at the moment. They've got to keep picking up wickets here, the CCC. They are toiling hard. It's very, very hot conditions here, so it's not easy work out there. But Teddy Bishop and Jordan Johnson, they are very much entrenched at the crease and scoring freely as well.
Raja could tell you Barbados have lost a wicket. Trinidad fighting back. 2 for 1.
Okay, so what you saying there? In with a chance?
Yeah, I think the chances they might delay lunch a bit.
Chances of having an early lunch.
It really is a situation here now where CCC really has to keep plugging away and try their best. He had it blades, but then they might get a second run indeed because he's taken too long to track down the ball. It was his own fielding, and he sort of pushed it away and then had to run a long way to try to recover it.
Very lackadaisical bit of fielding there by Blades. He seemed very uninterested in trying to recover that ball.
I still see he's injured.
Yeah, something has to be wrong with
You know,
him.
it,
But
and
we haven't seen him come off the field at any time.
he did.
He
He was
did?
off the, in fact, he just came back on the field.
Oh, okay, okay.
So maybe they want him to bowl.
All
Again,
right.
hence the reason why they're bringing him on the field. But he is really struggling somewhat. It looks like it's some kind of a leg injury. Now, I feel it might be a groin injury. But
Well,
he just seemed to be...
yeah, he seems to have some sort of physical problem. I was thinking too as well, Ruskin, that even though Yannick Carrier is bowling, Yannick Otley, sorry, is bowling pretty decent, very economical, and he's picked up a wicket. I would have liked to see him come off now, in that the batsmen seem to have gotten accustomed to him. And let's see the right arm off spin of Greaves, especially to the left-handed Johnson. Add some variety to the attack. You can always bring back Otley, even if is at the top end. But I think you need to do something different to that than now.
And this
Big
one,
hit.
he's gone.
Ooh.
Hit it straight at him at that short mid-wicket position. And Otley picks another pepper here, and that is Kamil Puran, who was placed there for that uppers drive. Again, it's that tendency of Johnson to really throw the bat at the ball. He goes for 22. It's 103 now for 4.
Well, I would have to apologize, Ruskin. I was now saying that they should have taken off Yannick Otley. And there was Johnson looking to hit that ball over long on somewhere there. He got the inside half of the bat, and he was in no control of the shot. Easily taken at short mid-wicket. So that's an important strike for the CCC. They need to keep taking wickets, and this pair was beginning to look very ominous and threatening to really score quickly and post a big total for the CCC. So that's a good strike by Yannick Otley. 103 for 4.
So you could say that one was made in Trinidad. Johnson caught Puran, bowled Otley. And now the West Indies Academy must be thinking that is this going to be a similar situation to what transpired in the first innings, where they, remember, they were 129 for 7 at one stage. And Colin Tuckett, Colin Bowen Tuckett, is the new batsman. So it really is a situation here where Otley now has 7 wickets in the match, and if he continues to plug away, who knows, he might be able to pick up a couple more, and that could put a real scare in the academy batsmen. And the one thing that I think we always have to be cognizant of is that both of these teams play almost to each other's level. They're just thereabouts.
They're on par.
Yep. So it's, one might have an advantage, but the other one might very well fight back, and it kind of seesaws one way then the next. It's really who can hold nerve the longest here.
And look at Otley's economy rate. This is his 10th over, and he's conceded just 11 runs and has also taken 2 very important wickets.
But remember, think back to the first innings. He had more overs than runs at one point. One is hitting the back of the bat and going, and really things, he got so much on it, he took it away from the close-in fielders. Normally that would just spoon up in the air, and either the keeper or the first slip would have a dolly. But you could see him wringing that glove, that hand.
The overall lead is 172. 4 wickets are down, so it looks a bit respectable for the CCC as well. A wicket or 2 here again can really open this game up.
It is, and that's exactly what I think the CCC will be striving for here. Just to keep plugging away, see how much damage they can do and how quickly. And I think now is also the time when, as the over comes to an end, it's 103 for 4, with Otley finishing another over. 2 for 11 from his 10. 52 dot balls.
Yeah. It's great control. He bowls a very good length. He bowls it just back of a length. You can't really drive at him off the front foot, and when you try going on the back foot, the ball is not all that short to be playing attacking shots, because the wicket keeping low at times, you're always in danger of getting LBW or even bowled. So he's been doing a pretty good job.
Goodrich again.
Pretty good shot.
That's well played. That's a glorious shot. That's going to be 4 runs. I don't think Blades is even running to try to cut it off. He's just there for retrieval purposes, essentially. That's a good-looking shot.
Well, that's the way Teddy Bishop bats. You know, if it's over pitch, you're going to see a beautiful-looking drive, and that was straight. The man at mid-off had no chance. So he moves on to 27, Teddy Bishop. He would have to take over proceedings here, because he remained a bit quiet while Jordan Johnson was at the wicket. Johnson had outscored him. He was more aggressive. But now that Jordan Johnson is gone, Teddy Bishop seems like he wants to take control of proceedings out there. Colin Tuckett had a pretty good knock in the first inning, so he would be feeling fairly good as far as his batting is concerned. But I don't think they would be feeling all that comfortable with the actual overall lead. 176 right now. Wow.
That's another drive powerfully, but again using his body rather than his hands, and he does it all the time, Evelyn. Duma Evelyn just kind of blocking the ball.
What is that? A hockey goalkeeper, Ruskin?
I'm not quite sure what it is.
I can't understand why he's putting his leg at the ball. That was hit with so much power, and if it struck him in his knee.
Well, he has on the pads. Eh?
Oh. So, but this is what I was asking: is it a hockey goalkeeper out there?
He has on because he feels in that short leg position.
Well, Augustologi would have been picking up that ball so cleanly with both hands at cover, and even attempting to run the batsman out.
Yep, another good Yorker bowl there, and it's just not because you have on the pads means you're going to use them. You know, in that situation, you could put your hands and stop the ball.
I wonder what the coach has to say about that. I'm sure the Randial is wondering if he drives the ball at cover and straight to cover and calling for a run, because the fieldsman is going to sub the ball with his knee. No chance of a run out there.
Certainly it's strange to see him use his legs like that, or his body. Another easy single to up this scoring a little bit. But now it brings Tuckett on to strike. And, I really feel Goodrich has to kind of see how he could fashion a wicket or two in this innings.
It's fairly expensive as well, Ruskin, in the context of the match.
Yeah, because he bowls a fuller length than everybody else. He does try to get the
pitches
ball
it up.
Yep. So
but
most batsmen would drive at him.
He's conceded 45 runs already in his 8th over. Much more expensive than all the other bowlers. I think that Sharma Brooks is probably thinking in terms of getting in Marcus, or even bringing back Blades, or he still has the option of Graves.
I think he probably will bring back Blades at least before lunch, and try to give him. And I think that's the only reason why he's back out in the field so quickly. Because he probably went off to get some kind of treatment. And
well, I'm not going to call for any bowling change again, because when I did it the last time, the bowler Yannick Otley picked up a wicket, and he proved me wrong. So I would hold on with that bowling changes. I'd allow Sharma Brooks to make the changes.
so that's the end of that over. And it's 108 for 4 at the end of it. The lead climbing all the time, 177 now. And that is the state of the game there, 300. 231 in reply, CCC, but now Academy 108 for 4, building a lead here, which I think they would want to get somewhere in the region of 300, maybe 350, and really bat the CCC out of the game.
Well, I think 350 on a fourth day here, Ruskin, is going to be asking a lot of the CCC team because they didn't bat all that well in the first innings. You know, they were shut out for 231. They were led by 69. So they would be hoping that they would have a lesser target than 300 to go at, probably in the vicinity of 250. I think they can still do that.
But I was just thinking from the academy perspective, to put up 350 on the board and dare them to chase it down.
Okay.
Because that's you want, when I say bat them out of the game, is you put such a big total that they feel like they don't have a chance of getting it. And that's why the likes of Bishop and company, they really need to spend time, because if they do, they will score quickly.
It's a pleasant looking drive from Teddy Bishop, getting that front foot out to the pitch of the ball and driving straight down to long off. An easy single, and it brings the left-handed Carlton Bowen Tuckett, or the right-handed Tuckett, sorry. The left-hander got out. That is Jordan Johnson.
Again, good generous flight there on that occasion from Utley. He hasn't done that too much, but he's also bowling again a batsman who is a little bit shorter, smaller in stature. His center of gravity is much lower, much smaller. So he obviously thinks he has to pitch it up a little bit more to him just to get him on the front foot. Anything shorter is going to be a long hop to him.
Well, he's still not yet off the mark.
There's one coming right up again, pitching it up to him.
The right time for Otley to try to entice him into a shot, see if he can get him to play a false shot. Would be a bit nervous. He's not yet off. Oh my goodness!
Again, that quicker delivery, not getting off the ground at all.
It's what we call a ratter here in Trinidad, Ruskin.
And Richard's not able to take it. Luckily, it hit his boot.
I think in Barbados they call it the Zandoli.
A subterranean
But
rodent.
we
109
have
for
known
the
it
end of it.
as the ratter. It stays on the ground. Fortunate for Tuckett that was not in line with the wicket. He said he clearly would have been in trouble because that bat was late in coming down.
So the lead is 178 and climbing all the time. But if you take wickets, it looks a little bit better.
Yeah.
And that's the key here. Now Marcus gets a chance to see if he can't impact the game in a positive way, that is. He has just a one slip.
Well, I've been calling for him. Let's hope that he does not let me down, because I was calling for the removal of Otley from the attack a while ago, and the very next delivery he got a wicket and he proved me wrong. So from a CCC point of view, let's hope that Kelvin Marcus gets it right. He's a bit of a surprise bowler in terms of his action. He runs up, doesn't look as though he's in any big urgency coming up to the wicket. He ambles up to the wicket, but very quick hand speed.
Edge in. Well. And it comes off the inside edge and it goes down to fine leg. And he was trying to play that through the offside. And again, that's that little bit of movement off the wicket. Bishop playing one way, luckily for him.
Kept a bit low as well there, Ruskin. Did it?
Actually, it climbed at him and hit the inner portion of the bat.
I see like he was hustling to get the bat down.
Yep.
I thought it kept a bit low.
He kind of froze when it moved. That's part of the problem, playing away from his body again. He bowls again. He bowls that heavy ball, so he will hit the bat fairly hard.
179 the overall lead. They need wickets here. Marcus is the man. He's having his first spell for the day. For the match, as a matter of fact. For the second innings, that should be. Two slip. And he has to get off the ground to get control of that defensive shot. It made some height off the wicket, but he was climbing off his toes and angling back downwards to keep it down. Played it out to cover. No run.
Marcus, again, just like Blades, having some issues with his run-up. He's still, even though he doesn't do much, he's still a little bit off color. Again, they want a single, but it's not there. Puran and company, very agile in the outfield. And that's the way they need to be. They need to keep the energy levels up, and regardless of what happens, as a team striving for wickets, you can't relax, not for one moment. They're gonna go again. That's good. A good bit of run in there. Well judged. It was right equidistant between the two fielders, and they were able to sneak through a single quite comfortably.
Well, one of the good things about Marcus is that he's making the batsman play a lot more consistent with the line as compared to Jediah Blades. So with that sort of consistency in line, you expect that at any minute, you know, you have a chance of getting a wicket. Shot.
Beautiful.
Oh my goodness.
Good stop
What
by
a bit of
Blades there. He does get a hand to it.
Wow.
And tumbling over.
Yeah.
It went to his stronger hand, which is his left hand. So this time he was able to fall on it.
And it had almost passed him already, Ruskin.
Actually, it wasn't Blades. It was a good friend, Evelyn.
Yeah. That's the Usain Bolt?
No, that's the one with the pads on.
Oh, that's the hockey goalkeeper.
Yep. So Evelyn was able to throw his body, use his hands this time, and stopped it beautifully.
Yeah, it was almost past him, and he got in a dive and he stopped it almost cleanly.
Limited them to just the one run. It's 112 for 4 at the end of that over.
The loss of the fourth wicket, the game evenly poised here. Both teams, the game in the balance.
Yes, again, that one coming off the bat at a awkward angle there, just in the air enough. And with Evelyn lurking there, that silly mid-off position, Bishop has to be careful. Utley keeps plugging away here now. He's in his 13th over, or rather in his 12th over, 2 for 12.
The Academy leads by 181 runs.
And again, and this is probably what we've seen from the CCC. They may just be that one bowler short. And when I say one bowler, one like penetrative bowler, a bowler who maybe a spinner, who could come now and just add a little variety to proceedings and maybe prize out a wicket or so at the other end. So even if you keep Utley plugging away at one end, you need somebody who could come and really do something for you. That is a good shot. And it's running away to the boundary. And I'm not sure if he stopped it while he was off the boundary. He might have. We'll wait to see his 4 runs. Yep.
I haven't seen Graves bowl this morning. The off spinner they used yesterday for 3 overs.
No, he didn't bowl. He bowled well in the first innings of the last game. Didn't bowl all that well in the second innings. And it's yet to bowl. Well, he bowled yesterday late. So I don't think it'll be too long before you see him. This one is driven again. Bishop likes to come onto that front foot and really free his arms, but he remains on 35. Tuckett is one. It's 116 for 4 at the end of the over.
Bishop looking plenty better as the game goes on. He's driving the ball powerfully on his front foot.
He's not a muscular player. He's really all about timing and bat speed.
His hand-eye coordination is also good.
So when he drives, but he goes through with his drives. He commits and he goes for it.
I think the CCC is really lacking a good spinner right now. Especially if it's a backhand spinner.
Well, the one wrist spinner that they had is out of the game now because of the injury. So they're really handicapped by that. It could be that McCarthy could bowl if required. Who is the
I think Shamara Brooks himself bowls leg break.
concussion protocol sub, or the concussion sub. And again, another well-judged single, just moving the fielders around and using that time.
I think Bronk Tucker is a busy little fella. He's judging the single very, very good. I would really hope that I would like to see that Shamar Brooks come on and bowl a couple overs leg break.
Well, he's already down his front line spinner, so he may have to consider some other option there. And it's really that time now where we saw what happened at the Oval, where Warrican really just sliced through the Trinidad and Tobago batting. CCC, I'm sure, will be hoping somebody here can do a similar job for them. And if that should happen, it will set up the game nicely.
Slice through Trinidad batting is a simple word.
Yeah, well, he did, because they were batting, what, 100 or so overnight, for 3 wickets down.
Destroy Trinidad batting.
24 all out for 124. So it's a real disappointing result, no doubt, for Trinidad and Tobago. And to me, because now that the team really doesn't have a chance of even a top 4 finish, maybe. He's cutting this one down. That's going to be 4 runs. The man at backward point is square. That ball goes down the hill. And I've always said, when you're trying to defend runs, third man is your best friend in a lot of ways, because he could cover left and right down in that area there. If you put that backward point square the wicket on the offside, anything to his left is going to be racing going away.
Teddy Bishop is starting to really get into a different gear now. He's picking up the runs at a quick pace now.
122 for 4 at the moment. Slow delivery, good variation there from Marcus. But when you're at that pace, and I suppose this is as he grows and develops, he has to now learn to do something more with the ball. You know, because when you're at that pace, it can't just be
at this level.
Yeah, it can't be going through a pipe, as they say. You want to be able to induct the ball or hit the seam and move it off the seam. consistently.
But I think I would like to see him at least put a little effort in that run up also.
That's a no ball signal there. Just going over the line.
You know, he starts off very slowly. He could put a little more effort into that run up, a little more stride.
Well, all the conventional theory, to some degree, is frowned upon now by the modern cricketer. So they kind of get into the habit of doing their own thing. This is what you feel comfortable doing, and you do it. And, but there are some principles. Again, he's going down to third man, and again he's going to get 4 runs. So they're leaking boundaries down there. They did that in the first innings, and it's like history repeating itself here now in the second innings. And Bishop cashing in.
Bishop getting up on it and just hitting it backward point.
127 for 4 now. 35 overs completed. And
Because sooner or later, Yannick Otley going to be a little tired, because he's been bowling since morning. So they have to find another spinner somewhere.
well, they could use him at one end, because if the runs are flowing, you don't want to bring on another bowler, and now you're leaking runs at both ends. So what you may do is try to keep Otley going, and just try to limit the damage as much as possible, and then you ring the changes at the other end, and until you find somebody or something that works by way of wicket taking at the other end.
After Blaze spell this morning, I think Yannick looked like the only man could pick up a wicket.
And plus, the thing is that, I suppose conventional wisdom says you still have to be patient. Even if you don't get a wicket right away, it doesn't mean that you won't get any, but you still have to be in it to win it. And Otley has done an amazing job. The captain has asked him to do it, and he's
2 for 16 in
willingly.
his 13th over.
And the thing is, when you're a spinner like him with such economy of movement, a good fluid action, bowling is like second nature. You don't feel it too much, because his mechanics are good, and, so he could just amble up and just wheel over. That's a board that has caused all sorts of problems for most batsmen.
Another maiden
on both
over by
teams.
Yannick.
It's 127 for 4 at the end of that one.
He's gone 13 overs, 2 for 26 on a very flat track. And yesterday we saw the bowl, left arm orthodox bowl well on this wicket. Ned and Bishop.
So Romario Graves is going to take up the attack from the top end, so you may very well get an all-spin attack now from both ends. What Graves doesn't want to do here is to give away runs cheaply. He does have cover down at long on McCarthy, the concussion substitute, who did it in the last game and is back doing it again. Long off, long on. He has a cover on the boundary. Has a deep square leg on the boundary as well. And they really need him to find a good line, find a good length, and just start operating on the batsman.
I think they needed to pick a wicket or two before this lunch break.
Pitching up, and again Bishop looks so comfortable coming on to the front foot, especially in a wicket like this where the ball isn't deviating much. He's at ease, just easing onto that front foot and driving. Had the ball been jumping and turning, he probably wouldn't be so comfortable. Once again, you look at Colin Bowen Tuckett. Because he's so small, he's just standing there and waiting for the ball to come to him. So he's trying to play it predominantly off the back foot. He's not chipping down the line trying to get to the pitch to smother it. He's opting to play it from the crease. And that is something that Graves has to be mindful of. So his length, he will have to adjust his length a little bit.
CCC lead by 197 runs now and continue building.
Well bowled, keeping straight, and that, for all intents and purposes, that might very well be the most dangerous delivery he has, the one that sort of straightens on pitching. Yes, again, keeping very low indeed, and again he's played everything on the back foot. He's not committed to that front foot at all, and survives 128 for 4 at the end of the over.
I think the more CCC allowed these batsmen to go on, it will be a little more difficult for them, because anything over 300 runs will be tough to get on a 14 in here.
Well, the umpires are not happy that the reserve player just sort of walked on the field to bring some refreshments, a drink of water probably, but it's so hot that you can forgive them for wanting water all the time. But I suppose you do it only after you ask the umpire to permission.
I think Teddy Bishop is really looking good the last half an hour. Yannick's starting to slow it up a little more in this last over and this one.
He does have the protection. He has the long off, so Bishop wants to chance his hand.
And a long on.
He's basically asking him to keep plugging away there, keep probing. Again, Barbados 20 for 2, win by 8 wickets. So they could have lunch and celebrate. That's a good drive, and he's going to get one. So it's going to be, I suppose it might come like a shock to the system for Trinidad and Tobago, because the expectation was that they would really fight on and try to make life as tough as possible for Bajan bowlers. Instead, they really surrendered very meekly, and as a result, lost the game in 2 days on a session. In the meantime, Otley continues to do his thing, really doing an amazing job for CCC.
Fantastic job for this.
not afraid to give the ball generous flight. He completes another over. 129 for the loss of 4. The lead is 198 now.
The emerging West Indies team might be in the better driving seat right now. 100 runs again will take them to 300. I think CCC just going through the motion. They're not really looking to pick a wicket up. What?
Yeah, almost exclusively off the back foot is Tuckett, Bowen Tuckett. He's yet to come onto the front foot to play at the delivery from Graves. I would imagine the quicker delivery could be Graves' big weapon here. push him back, and then try to pass him with a quick one. This time he has to run to get the single, but he does it well enough. Again, Marcus not able to get to the ball quickly and release it quickly enough. So that's a 200 lead on the board. 131 for 4, the Academy. So they're sitting in a pretty strong position.
Again, you see Bishop getting on top of the ball and just playing it down.
Again, trying to turn, a little bit of turn there, and I don't know if he got a glove onto it, but the keeper failed to hold on, and he's still there on bended knees with his head down, so that might very well be a chance there. He got it into his glove, but he couldn't hold on to it. Bishop on 45 there when he got that chance. So 131 for 4 at the end of the over.
I think CCC the game just kind of slipping away from them now. They need a wicket or two to bring them back into this game. How they doing it, that's the way they have to find a way.
Well, if you think they need a wicket, spare thought for the Windward Islands. They were leaders coming into this game. The Guyana Happy Eagles are 206 for 1. And get this, Nandu was out for no score. But Tejan Chandapal is not out on 94. And his partner at the other end, Imlak, is 107 not out. So those two are really, talk about batting a team out of contention. They have batted the Windward Islands out of contention in this game. Here's another good delivery from Otley. They've really put the squeeze on the Windward Islands. The Windward Islands could be facing 450 before it's all said and done.
And coming off from a defeat in the last game.
Yeah, they look at it and say, boy, their fortunes have changed drastically. And after sailing through the first 3 rounds, all of a sudden, oh, this one came off the bat again at a fairly awkward height, but not high enough to go back to the bowler and not in the direction of that forward, that man at sealing it off there. Evelyn, who's looking there close in. And this time, Tuckett is just kind of standing and waiting. He's such a small person. And again, just teasing him outside the off stump there is Otley. He completes another over. 2 for 18 from his 15. It's 131 for 4.
Again, the game just leveling off here. I think CCC need a wicket before this lunch hour. to at least put something into it.
They have a couple overs. They might get one more from Otley, depending on how quickly Graves.
West Indies emerging team will look to go in to lunch with this 4 wicket.
Yeah, they have. They could probably get this over and maybe one more. But I'm sure that probably would be the thinking here. Just keep them out, and then you'd have lunch, have a little chat, and then see what the approach would be after lunch.
I think the Jamaica game and all is nicely placed. This is Grease bowling to Bishop. Driving it to mid-off.
Bishop again, anything that is up to him, he's not afraid to really come onto that front foot and have a go. More of the same. It's really a strength of his. He's really a prolific driver of the ball.
Bowen Tucker 4 from 37 deliveries.
So Mario Graves doing a decent job at the other end, keeping the pressure on.
He looks better this morning than yesterday evening with his 3 overs.
I think remember he was bowling the
new ball, yeah.
So it probably wasn't ideal for him. Probably how we wish he had that now with that bounce. But that might very well be the lunch and interval, or they may get one more in. It looks like they're going to get
another over.
Well, we'll wait to see. Once the umpire gets there, he's, as they say, he's taking his time. But they might have a minute to go before 12 o'clock. And he's taken the cap from Otley. Takes a look at his watch and decides, yes, we could get another over. So we will have one over before the luncheon interval.
Yannick Otley going to continue with his 16th over of this second inning. 2 for 18.
Now here's the thing though, I would have brought in another fielder close to the wicket just for this over to see if I could force Bowen tuck it into
front foot.
Something that he doesn't want to do. Put a forward short leg and just see if he will. But just put doubt in his mind to see if he feels that Yannick is going to do something
different,
out of this world. Yes, and one that kept very low indeed. And Tuckett, who is a short fella, had to go down to stop that one from going. That probably looked like it was going to roll under the ground and hit the wicket.
Good that he's keeping his eyes on the ball.
Once a single is not there, and so this is good tight bowling from Yannick Otley. Really has accredited himself very well. Brooks would probably shake his hands because he's asked him to do it and he's done it willingly. Again, just teasing Tuckett.
And
another fine over so far from Otley. He's in his 16th over, 2 for 18. I think he has one ball left before the luncheon interval to complete his 16th over.
I think West Indies emerging team going into lunch on a high note here. They are on top of this game.
And well negotiated in the end. 4 to him, Tuckett, 45 to Bishop. It's 131 for 4, and the lead now is exactly 200 runs. And that's lunch on day 3. 131 for 4 at lunch. We'll have play after lunch for you. We hope you could join us for that. A very good afternoon to one and all as we welcome you back here to the UE Spec out here in St. Augustine on the campus of the University of the West Indies. Not very many students mulling around, if anything, just a couple of them to in and fro in, maybe going from classes to home and back. But generally very quiet in terms of traffic. But in the middle is where all the focus is now, and the question is, can CCC limit the scoring of the West Indies Academy? They have a 200-run lead now. They went to lunch at 131 for 4, with Bishop on 45 and Tuckett on 4. So with a lead of 200, as I say good evening to Anil Raja, it certainly is shaping up to be a formidable target for the CCC.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Ruskin, and again, good afternoon to all our viewers, wherever this broadcast is being heard and seen. Yeah, interestingly poised, and runs immediately here for Bishop, Teddy Bishop, that is, an inside edge, a shot in the dark more or less, and he picked up 2 down to fine leg. Yeah, they're in a pretty good position here, the West Indies Academy. They lead by exactly 2 runs just before that shot there from Teddy Bishop. And no doubt, Ruskin, I think that they're probably going to post anywhere in excess of 300 to set a target for the CCC.
But they're under no pressure. They just need to bat well, and maybe think in terms of a declaration, probably by 4 o'clock this evening. And but until such time, just try to pile on as many runs as possible. And there again, this one coming off the inner portion of the bat once more. And it's almost like a shot that Teddy Bishop has perfected now. And it's about the 3rd or 4th time in this innings. He is somehow squeezing the ball down to fine leg.
Yeah, shot in the dark in consecutive deliveries. He was playing with a straight bat, looking to push it on the offside, and inside edge down to fine leg once more. So you would think that the West Indies Cricket Academy would have been satisfied with the first session this morning. They added 87 runs, and they lost 2 wickets in the process. That took the overall lead to 200. I don't think they would be too bothered with that. They would be pretty satisfied with that. Here's Blades. Ooh.
The thing about it is they don't want to, because of the amount of time in the game, you don't want to set a target under 300. And the CCC have maybe an hour and a half this evening, plus the full 3 sessions on the final day to get those runs. And if you don't bowl well, or somebody, bats very well, it could very well set up an unlikely victory.
Shot. It's got to be a couple here. Short delivery pulled in, and there is that
Shamar Brooks trying
Brooks.
to roll back time there, turn back the years.
Thought that from a CCC perspective, they would have probably wanted a couple of wickets more. That would have put them in a much better position to try and shut out the academy for anything under 300. But as it looks here, it's more than likely that the CCC are going to set a target in excess of 300. You have a well-set Teddy Bishop at the wicket. He is on 48. That came off 84 deliveries. Colin Bowen Tuckett, he's not really scored freely. He's on 6 of 45 deliveries, but I think he has read this situation pretty good. There's no need for quick runs. As you said, Ruskin, a lot of time in the game remaining. All of 2 sessions today, and then you have the entire 4th day's play. So once they bat out at least this session, and I'm sure that they're going to bat peace in the last session in today's play, they should have a target that they would be fairly satisfied with.
That, as they say, that has to be the plan. But it also depends on how well the CCC bowlers can pull it up here. And immediately the over comes to 136 for 4. And, you could see that Shamar Brooks has gone back to his wicket taker in Blades.
Yeah, well, they had a fairly good session this morning, the CCC bowlers. You know, I thought that they probably should have picked up a couple more wickets to really stay in the game, but I thought that Teddy Bishop is the man who made the difference out there. He batted with real responsibility today, unlike yesterday. He didn't really give them any sort of chances. He didn't play any rash shots from what I've seen, and he was very watchful. He played the ball on merit, and he's the type of batsman, once a ball is there to be hit, he would do that. He would hit it. He's on 48.
So Mario Graves is picking up the attack from the southern end, so Utley gets a bit of a breather. And now the other side of this coin has to be the field placing, and I think Shamar Brooks has to be very, very meticulous about his field placing. He has to get it spot on. Can't give away too many runs or miss a trick at this stage. Now he's bowling the off spinner. He doesn't have a deep mid wicket. He has a deep square leg. He has a mid wicket and a forward short leg, as well as a straight short mid wicket. And the long one is right back on the fence.
Well, he's given Graves some cover on the offside, especially down on the point boundary. So any of the cut shots, you know, he has a man there probably looking to save the boundary. Only one man short on the offside looking to cut the single. And that is driven straight to that man I'm speaking about. But
That's Utley.
yeah, they were able to get a single. He didn't stop it cleanly. Yannick Utley, that is there. Well, he's been removed from the attack. You know, he usually bowls long spells because he's so economical. You know, he doesn't give the captain too many opportunities to take him off the bowling. But when you're looking for some variety or you want something different to happen out there, you have to shift around the bowlers. Here's Graves. Shot. That might beat the man at the point boundary, would it?
No, he should have that covered.
Oh, yes. That should have been another run there, a third run at least. Was well placed. The man on the point boundary had to run almost 20-25 meters to his left to haul it in, but they were able to pick up 2 runs. That should have easily been 3. It appears as though Teddy Bishop had a pretty heavy lunch.
No hustle.
Wow.
And Graves has to kind of continue the good work that Utley did before lunch.
Well, he had 6 overs from the top end here at the northern end. And he conceded what? 24 runs in those 6 overs? Yes.
But I think he's a better bowler from that bottom end as well. I think he tends to line up his deliveries a lot better from that northern end, which can happen to some bowlers, but at this stage of the contest and this far into the season, I think every time he gets the ball, he should be looking to do good things with it. 139 for 4 at the end of that over.
Well, the top end here is the end that the balls are keeping low with a lot more regularity than the end at the southern end. So I think that the bowlers would enjoy bowling more from that southern end, in that a lot more deliveries are keeping very low here.
So Blades it is, the man with the golden arm, and they're asking him to produce it again. When you understand that he's probably not 100%, and answer the call again.
Well, a couple wickets here can change the equation drastically, but that is easier said than done. Tuckett being very watchful. Shot. Great bit of feeling as well at cover. Stretching out there and getting good timing on that shot. I thought it was just a bit too wide for him to play that shot. But he played it well, but equally well fielded and cover.
Yeah, Kamil Puran is doing very well.
Yeah, he's not a bad fieldsman, Kamil Puran.
Not for the first time. He's throwing his body around the place, cutting off runs, saving runs, which is the order of the day right now. Blade still having some issues with his run-up. Shamar Brooks is just in his air there, probably offering words of encouragement. And really telling him, you know, you have nothing to lose, son, just give it your all. And when the pain is too much, let me know, I'll take you off.
Two slip, a gully. Three men on the offside cutting the single. There's a man at square cover. There's a normal cover and a mid-off. And on the onside, he's got a mid-on, a short mid-wicket and a deep fine leg. So a regulation field, 6-3. Looking to bowl off stump, getting the ball to cut back into the right-hander. I haven't seen him get any deliveries to go away from the right-handed batsman, Blades.
Which is surprising because that's kind of like his stock ball.
Yeah,
For
target
most
across.
left-handers. You look at Blades walking back there, he's very robotic.
Yeah, he's a heavy-set guy, Ruskin. Not the athletic type looking fast bowler. He's got some big legs, broad shoulders. He's not all that tall, so he looks heavy set. Looks a bit cumbersome as well with his run-up, not running on the ball off his feet.
Yeah, and I think the run-up, because it's not smooth, it's taking
Yeah.
a lot out of him
Yeah,
as well. It's 140 for 4 at the end of that over.
he actually is running on the heels. Unlike Michael Holdham, you always see him leaning forward and springing off the balls of the feet. I think he used to be a track and field athlete before he really,
Stuck to cricket.
yeah, he made it big in cricket.
Yeah, it was him and was it Simon Newman who was the other bowler at that youth tournament. And Newman went on to play to do track and field full time,
Yeah,
while Holden stuck to the cricket.
yeah. Well, he was a 400-meter specialist, Michael Holdham.
In fact, in primary school in Jamaica, I think Holden still has a few records in track and thing, but more in jumping and other events, the jumps.
Okay.
Good all-round athlete.
Yes, very athletic-looking Michael Holdham. So call him Whisper in Death. The umpires used to say that they never knew when he was approaching the crease because they never used to hear anything. He
Unlike
used
Wayne
to hit the
Daniel.
turf without a sound. Unlike Wayne
Wayne
Daniel. Yeah. Yeah, you used to hear Wayne Daniel from a long
The
distance
earth used to
coming.
shake.
Boof, boof, boof.
The earth used to shake.
Yeah.
That's Teddy Bishop's half century.
Yeah, he would be pretty pleased with that, Teddy Bishop, because he knows that he disappointed in the first innings. He batted fairly recklessly, but today he really put his head down. And he played the ball on merit.
6 4s from 89 deliveries.
Yeah. He's usually more extravagant and more flamboyant when he's at the crease. But he realizes that the team needs him. Tuckett looks like he wants to bat out the entire day. I don't
That
blame
has to
him.
be the mindset because
Yeah.
you know you're not under pressure. Nobody is asking you to go blazing away. What he has to do though is try to find ways to nip a single here and there. It's the end of the over. 141 for 4 at the end of it.
Quiet conditions here at the UWI spec. Not a lot of spectators in, but ideal conditions for cricket. Got a lovely looking outfield. Good pitch as well. Copy keeping a bit low, but you'd have to expect that on cricket pitches. As these two teams battle it out here. West Indies Academy really now looking to take the ascendancy. They lead by just over 200 and they still have 4 wickets in hand. You've got a man at the wicket who is very well set in Teddy Bishop. He just celebrated his half century. And again, very watchful, good technique, watching it all the way onto the bat. He looks the part today, Ruskin.
He has played responsibly. Played and missed a couple of times. Played and ball came off the inner portion of the bat once or twice. But in the main, he has been driving the ball well. And like I said, he used what the field and the captain has given him, which are gaps down to third man. And this time he's using the onside. So it's really about understanding what the game requires of you as a batsman, what the team needs are, and going and trying to see if you could execute it and deliver. And I think he has done that for the academy so far. But you can't just give it away now. Because we saw what happened in Port of Spain. You get 1, you could get 2, you could get 3.
Well, that result at the Queen's Park Oval still has me a bit baffled, Ruskin. I was thinking that if the pair at the wicket, who it was, Joshua De Silva and Amir Django, if they had gotten a good partnership going, we would have had a good finish to that game from a TNT Red Post point of view.
Well, when you consider Django was 32 not out over 90, made 35.
13 not out, yeah.
And
De Silva was
it's
on a
about
couple.
14.
Yeah.
I think he ended up making 23. So they didn't add very many. And nobody else really gave them the support.
Shot.
That's well played.
That's got to be 4.
Just swiveling into the wicket. Again, he's such a small man that a good length ball or a ball that might cause a taller batsman problems is a long hop to him. And he's just able to just turn on it. Kept it down, kept it away from the fieldsman, and earned himself 4 good-looking runs.
Well, it was a poor delivery. It was short. It was going down the leg side, and all Tuckett had to do was really keep his eyes on it, and he executed with precision, good placement. Nobody behind square on the leg side except the fine leg. The ball went forward of square for 4.
A good comeback from Blades. Again, the ball keeping a little bit low, but because he's not on the stumps as much as he should be, even when the ball does keep a bit low, the batsmen are not able, they're not under any imminent threat. They need a wicket badly.
Yeah, they need a couple wickets. 2 slip a gully. They go down. Oh, that's very well played. Just back of a length. on off stump. He was right in behind it, watching it onto the bat. And that's the end of the over. And at the end of that over, the West Indies Academy 145 for 4. Sweltering heat here now at UWI Spec. Wind is not as strong as it was a couple of days.
215 lead, 146 for 4. So the other lead at 215. You want to believe if you could add another 100 to that, you're 315 by tea time. And then you say, okay, let's just bake them in the sun for another half hour to 45 minutes. And you add another a quick fire 40, 50 runs. And you're bordering in 350.
Well, I think they're in control here, the academy. I think it would depend on them how many they want to set the combined colleges, what target they want to set them, because they have a lot of time in the game, enough time as well to probably bowl out the CCC twice. A forward short leg, a slip.
And again, this one came back sharply at him. And again, he was just shoulder in arms, and the ball jumped up and hit the the handle of the bat.
What did that hit on the turf? Lucky for him that it didn't stay wicket height, Ruskin, and it bounced so high, because he could have been out LBW not offering a shot.
That one really came out of nowhere. Surprised everybody. Yeah, he's edging and he's out caught. Again, all of a sudden the ball is jumping at him, and carelessly he just left the bat there. It hit the edge, probably close to the glove, and was caught at slip by Brooks. So that is the end of Tuckett for 13.
Well, an awkward bounce, and for the second time in two deliveries, he got the ball to bounce very awkwardly indeed, and the previous delivery he got away because it bounced so high that it hit him somewhere in the body area, but this time he was unable to get the glove out of the way, and it brushed the glove and it went to slip for a very simple catch indeed. So Colin Tuckett goes, caught of the bowling of Graves, and he had made 13 of 66 deliveries, had a pretty long vigil for that 13.
Yeah, I think in his case, he came on when Utley was operating, and Utley was giving precious little away at the southern end, and so he really had to kind of bide his time and wait for bad balls, but they weren't coming as readily as he would like, so he didn't get too many balls to feed off of. But right now it's 216 for 5. So one Graves will bowl to another. Or Joshua James, rather, the big fella, is coming to the wicket.
To Begonian James. He had some good scores in last year's tournament. He's a big hitter of the cricket ball. Hits with a lot of power.
Yeah, really loves to put bat to ball.
Yes, he's got a younger brother by the name of Orlando James, who was represented Trinidad and Tobago at the under 17 and under 19 level. Right now, he's leading the Tobago under 19s in the zonal tournament, and they're doing extremely well. Tobago under 19. They usually are the whipping boys in the zonal age group cricket, but they have really come good this year. They have won 3 games on the trot, and they're going to qualify for the zonal semi-finals. But this is Joshua James, the bigger brother of Orlando.
This one is jumping at him, and all of a sudden the wicket has started to misbehave a little bit.
So what happened in that luncheon interval that the wicket is behaving in such a manner? That's the third delivery in that over that has jumped very high indeed. Very awkward bounce.
147 for 5 at the end of the over. An eventful one of that.
Yes, there's your wicket there, your bowling stats. 2 wickets to Otley, 2 to Blades. Other wicket takers getting 1 each. And we're really now feeling the effects of the heat because the wind is not really blowing all that hard.
Here, this is again where I was saying that Brooks has to be very proactive. Now that the ball is jumping, you're seeing the ball jumping. You have to put another fieldsman close in. Because you don't want the batsman to just play a false shot and then you don't have somebody there to take advantage of that. Just so I think he has to look at that possibility if he wants to put a silly mid-off as well as a forward short leg.
A little surprising though that Joshua James hasn't bowled in the match so far and he's batting at number 8. I can't see him as a specialist batsman at number 8. Because he's not a bad medium fast bowler. But he hasn't been used in this match so far.
And, I suppose, remember, the spinners tend to dominate proceedings for the academy. But if you have resources, you should use them. Yep. Even if you use them, in a limited fashion. But you try to use it as best as you can. 148 now for 5, and James is back on strike. This time at the southern end. And he'll be facing Blades for the first time in this innings. And he's, as so many of the other batsmen, are not afraid to come onto that front foot and drive, big booming drive.
He's got an imposing figure as well at the crease, James. Way over 6 feet.
Now Blades has gone around the wicket, and you would think he would probably want to stay over the wicket for a new batsman. And but he does have the ability to bring the ball back into the right-hander, so that from that angle might work for him.
Yeah, we saw at the resumption there 2 deliveries after lunch. He got the inside edge of Teddy Bishop's bat and the ball travelled down to fine leg. Bishop didn't have a clue what had happened there, so he really has the ability to bring the ball back into the right-hander. A little surprised that he's not getting a couple to move away. This is when you become much more dangerous as a fast bowler, when you can move the ball both ways.
So this is so much better from Blades. He's keeping the pressure on.
Do you think it's because of Graves' height? He's a lot taller than Yannick Otley, that he's getting the ball to jump so much from the.
Well, he has a higher action. He has a kind of quicker arm action as well. But he does give the ball a little loop.
Yeah, because it was not happening while Otley was bowling. As a matter of fact, Otley was getting a lot more deliveries to keep low. But the minute Graves came on there, we saw in that over a while ago, getting the ball to jump actually very awkwardly.
148 for 5 at the end of that over. 49 completed now.
There's your match summary.
The lead of 217 runs now and building all the time. But here again, we only have the forward short leg and the slip. I would really like to see them put a silly mid off, see if Bishop does anything rash.
Oh, yeah, it was to check the shot there, because if he had carried through with that shot, he probably would have hit it straight to the man at short extra cover. It dropped just about a meter in front of him.
No, he's driving against the spin. So if one bounces and turn, he could be in some problem, but he makes good contact.
Yeah, he's very well set, and he's got some skill as a batsman. So once he says, I see him getting a pretty big score, Teddy Bishop. It's called to the West Indies team, senior team earlier this year. I thought it was a good selection. I think he needs to muscle up a bit too, Ruskin. You need that extra bit of power when you're playing a sport at a first-class level.
Well, you get strength.
Yeah.
With all the training and because I would think he's going through the same training regimen that the others are following. If anything, they might.
But he needs to do a bit extra, I think. Not really to bulk up, but just to get stronger. Because you need a little more power to really hit the ball, to the boundary.
But so far he's been timing the ball.
Yeah, he's a
very
great
well.
timer. He's a great timer.
So, but I know what you're talking about. But
Yeah.
like I said, that will come with the training.
Yeah, okay.
He will get stronger. For all you know, he's probably bigger than he was before already.
Yeah, you obviously would put on some size if you're in constant training.
So he might tell you he's 20 pounds heavier than he was, a year ago. And of course, since the muscles weigh so much more than fat, you will put on the weight. So it's 150 for 5. So the 150 is on the board. 150 for 5 now. 50 overs completed.
Well, Kelvin Marcus just had a couple overs. He didn't really stay long on the ball, and he wasn't bowling all that badly, so I don't know if they're thinking in terms of bringing him back. We've seen a lot of Blades, and Otley, and even Graves.
I think that's where he feels that his best chance of keeping the scoring respectable is with those 3, as you mentioned. So another opportunity here for Joshua James to, as they say, leave a mark. He has a good opportunity to really let the selectors know that he is quite capable. Still quite capable. He had a good season last year. Hasn't set the place alight this year. So welcome back, Tino and Dial.
Yeah, Joshua James, enormous talent this young man have. He hits the ball powerfully. Saw him last year in a T10 in Tobago. A lot of the ball was heading for the sea.
The thing is, anywhere in Tobago you hit the ball hard, it might end up in the sea. I've hit a couple in the sea myself at Shaw Park.
This is at the Sid Grey ground,
which is close to the sea. Yep.
He has talent. He enormous talent. I was surprised to see they didn't bowl him. Yes. Last night I was talking to Mark about it, and with some work done to him, he could generate some more pace and all too.
I suppose too, some captains look at the wicket and decide, that spin might be a better option on this surface. He might go maybe Jamaica or someplace and feel that he might need that extra seam bowler. And that one is in the air, but just out of the reach there of Evelyn, and he won't get you. There's 4 runs.
Did that ball hit his hand?
He got it, but it was close. He just put it there, and but he just couldn't haul it in. And once again, the big, strong James not really showing his power. Just kind of pushed that. He didn't really try to whack it.
The Academy lead by 223 runs. Further building on that score. 154 for 5.
There he goes again. This time there is no debate about this one. That goes scorching along the turf. That's a brilliant straight drive for 4 more.
I think if he bats for about half an hour, he could just take this game clean away from CCC.
Yeah, they would really like to see him put his head down here and try and build something. These two already, they've seen what Bishop is capable of with a little application. James now quickly moves on to 9 from 12 deliveries. He was pitching up again on that occasion, Blades, but ball hitting the toe of the bat and immediately signaled for a change of bat. So he just hit the ball as hard as any that's been struck all game, and now he's calling for a change of bat. Maybe he wants to hit it even harder than that. 158 for 5.
The last T10 in Trinidad, and Brian Lara was the manager of the run getters team, and Joshua James was on our team. We needed 25 in 7 balls. We won the game with 2 balls to spare.
Yep, he is a big fella.
4 consecutive 6.
He does hit the ball, like they say, when he hits it, it stays hit. He really has a good eye, as they say.
And as Anil Raja was speaking about his younger brother, Orlando James, young man with some real immense talent too.
I suppose in Tobago you could call them the James Gang. And that's
Lovely
a good
shot.
That's going to run for 4 runs. I don't think they're going to get to it. And that's beautifully played again. Into the gap it goes. And the Bishop continues to churn up proceedings here.
Getting on his front foot and just stroking it through the covers with utmost ease.
It's 162 now, so the scoreboard really ticking over. The lead is up to 231, which was the score that CCC made in the first innings. So it means they're going to have to make more than their first inning score to win this game.
The way the game is set right now, I think CCC could be chasing over 300 runs.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody expects them not to be chasing in excess of 300. It's how much in excess is that's the big question here, because they really have to try to keep taking wickets and at the same time try to limit the scoring to the best of their abilities. And this one again is going to fetch him a couple.
$162 for 5 in 51.3 overs. Teddy Bishop on 58 of 102 and Joshua James on 9 from 13. I think this is a good setting stage for Joshua James to really explore for his team here.
And again, because the wicket hasn't deteriorated much, and the way the batsmen are playing today is the same way they would have played on the first day. You know, because it kept lower from the first day as well, but that's only occasionally. And as a result of that, shots like that are pretty much on, and that's another boundary. So
Lovely shot.
Bishop again feasting on the deliveries pitched up, and that's because he has no fear, because the bowler Graves can't not really spinning the ball all that much, so he has no fear of coming onto the front foot and driving him into the offside. 168 for 5 at the end of the over.
Getting his left foot close to that ball and hitting it exactly where he wants to hit it. Two lovely shots in this over, almost identical shots. 168 for 5. The West Indian Academy leads by 237 runs. 5 wicket intact. Teddy Bishop on 64 from 105, and Joshua James on 13 from 9. 9 from 13, sorry.
So this is where I think the CCC are short a bowler, bearing in mind that they're without their little leg spinner Motara, who batted superbly and then got injured. They're going to run for a quick single. Brooks can't really prevent it.
I think even the fall of 1 wicket after lunch, the West Indies emerging team is still on a very strong position here and continue to build on it.
Yeah, they find themselves in a situation where they must be thinking they can't lose from here. And only one team could win. But they still have to be, but because there's so much time in the game, you can't really rest on your laurels. You still have to do the work. A bit of baton to that.
I think after lunch, Goodrich has been far better today with this spell after lunch.
Yeah, he has to. Either he needs to get a yard or two quicker, so that he becomes a real threat for pace, with his pace, or he really has to learn to do something more with the ball. At that pace, it's almost like a net that you're having.
I think his last 2-3 strikes to that wicket supposed to be the quickest, and I think it's just slowing up a bit there. That's why he's losing some pace. But he's a young guy that this could be worked out. Joshua Jim on his back foot there and just hitting his ball to cover.
Again, he looks fluent, but he's not really generating the amount of pace that I think he's striving for. But then even the movement isn't as pronounced as he would like. I don't know, he has to probably learn how to use the fingers and maybe use a cross seam delivery, or run the fingers under. Just to mix up those deliveries a little bit.
Or use the crease and deliver also too.
Because in the modern game, because the batsmen are constantly hunting runs, they will be coming at you all the time. So you have to counter that with a trick or two in terms of the bowling. And James goes again. He doesn't hit it where he wanted to, but it's still racing.
That's the power in him.
To the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. He was really trying to hit that straighter. Came off the inner portion of the bat, but the result is the same. 170 for 5.
Remember in the early 90s, Trinidad and Tobago played Warwickshire. We were up against Gladstone Small. and he was delivering with one action, but he was in and out, moving it, and it was his footworks at the crease was the body action was moving the ball.
This is 174 for 5. And Bishop cruises into 65 now, and James is quickly up to 14 from 18 balls. So what can they change here now? They're still bowling Graves.
I think they should get Otley on the other end here.
And Bishop, despite the meticulous nature of that field, set in there by Brooks, Bishop beats the field easily to get off strike. So he's really playing a good, sensible innings.
I think they have just taken up the score rate a little bit higher, a notch.
It is understandable. Once James is at the wicket, he will try to get on with proceedings. Yeah, again is another delivery just coming off the bat into the pad. A little bit of turn there, not much.
I think it's and the length also too had forced him to get there.
There's another one that really keeps very low indeed, and he just had to dig it out. He did well, James. He's a tall man, so he had to go low down to dig that one out, keep it out of his pads.
175 for 5. The Academy leads by 244 runs. I think Bishop has really batted well since he came to the crease. He looks more comfortable, both to the pace bowlers and the spin bowling.
Once again, he's reaching right out and able to pinch a single off the last ball of the over. At the end of it, it's 176 for 5.
I think when he gets on that front foot, so he hits the ball so easy where he wants to hit it. Really thought they'd have brought back Otley from the bottom end here.
He's persistent with Goodrich. I think well, I suppose there are all sorts of things going on in his mind. If he can bowl his faster bowlers, it means they'll probably bowl less overs in terms of time. So the quicker bowlers will take a little bit longer to complete their overs. So you won't give them too many more balls to face.
Again, Bishop driving that ball on the up there very easily.
I think it's really a question of limiting the damage for CCC.
As you rightly said, it is how much after 300 it will be the problem for the CCC.
Yeah, I don't think they want to be chasing anything in excess of 400 runs. It would be a near impossibility for them. But that's exactly what the academy would probably want to do, is to put them in under so much pressure that they feel that they can't make it.
350 and beyond will be a tough target.
So again, the pace just slowed down a little bit in the game. Faster bowler taking his time.
And if the academy bats until tea or him half an hour after tea, they could generate 100 more runs, which will take them to 350. Close to it.
Yeah, it's all looking so easy for Teddy Bishop right now. Very little is passing the edge of his bat.
Could see the captain Brooks urging his players to come on. I think the wicket is not really haven't changed much. The odd ball keeping low here and there, but it's pretty still good for batting.
Yeah, and that's why on a fourth day, you don't expect the ball to do anything differently to what it's doing now. And as the ball gets older, it's become even easier to play. This one is edging, and it goes between the keeper and the first slip. In fact, there is no first slip. The man at slip is in more of a second slip. And the ball goes between the keeper and the slip. And I've said it once, and I've probably said it a million times. You start with your slip, and you go along. You can't have a fast bowler bowling, and you don't give him that support. If anything, the keeper must know that there is no slip there, and he has to go for that catch. But that's, as they say, water under the bridge now. And Bishop goes to 71 with that. 181 now for 5.
I think if my memory serves me right, the last game, Leeward Island chased down 301 run here. Yeah. Against the academy. Sorry, CCC. So from that last game to the 300 is gettable on this wicket.
So it certainly is a, and I was making that point earlier, he has to be very, very deliberate with his field placing. Shamar Brooks, you can't, I'm not sure, I've seen it before, I can't say I haven't seen it, but I've seen it before where captains, even if they put two fielders there, they try to spread them out and make it 4 slips, almost occupy the space of 4 slips. But you want to be able to put the ball, you start with first slip and then you fill it out in that regard. But that, I mean, the guy at first slip never even moved. He never had a chance.
He wasn't at first slip, but more second slip.
This one is going a long, long way over the head of the man at long on. And that's going for another 6. And
just picking it up and hitting hard over mid wicket. Out of the ground.
He's a big fella, and I tell you what, you get the impression again, that isn't exactly where he wanted to hit the ball. He was really trying to hit that probably over the head of the man at long on. But because the spinner, he
coming
just
into him,
tugged it, and he tugged it over square leg, over just forward of square. So quickly into under 21 from 23 deliveries.
I believe about 3 boundaries.
He is obviously signaling his intention here to keep blazing away. Here's another one off the outer edge this time, and it's going to be a bit of a foot race here. I don't think they want to speed up too much, and Utley does the chasing, but the batsmen are comfortable with just 2.
187 for 5, takes the lead to 256. The longer Joshua James stay at the crease here, I think it'll be easier for them to post a big total.
And again, just standing up and stroking that one. Once again, he is presenting the full face of the bat. Making life as difficult as possible for the CCC bowlers. They want a wicket, but he's denying them at every turn. Bounce and turn there as well for Graves, but that's the end of another over. 71 to Bishop, 24 to James. It's 190 for 5 now. 56 overs completed. The lead is 259.
I think with this weather and all too, the longer the CCC stay in the field, it will hurt them.
So 190 for 5 now.
Goddard continuing from the bottom end. Joshua James is in strike. He's on 24 from 26 delivery. Teddy Bishop 71 from 116 deliveries.
And James goes again, but not making the right kind of contact. But you could see his intention here is to really just have a go, have a dip, and see what happens. And Goodrich bowling from the top end is, again, he's without any luck. And he hit the edge of Bishop's bat in the previous over. But now they've put the first slip in a regulation first slip position. So let's see if he can do it again. Bishop learning from his error.
I think the both are looking very comfortable at the crease. Runs, they are picking up runs very easily too. And this is where what you want to see with batsmen doing, being on top of their game.
Goodrich really putting in the effort here, but not able to really trouble the batsman much. Although again, he did hit the edge just now. The ball flew between the keeper and slip. It passed where regulation first slip would have been, and but there was none there. The man who was standing at slip, who was the first slip, was really a second slip, and the ball passed between him and the keeper. And to add insult to injury, it went for 4 runs. So
how often you see this happen? And the very next over, he starts. He gone in the regular first slip position.
yep, because it's certainly a tough scenario, because that's what you wanted. You wanted to get the edge. You wanted to see if you could give yourself a chance to get a wicket or two. And when the chance comes, there's nobody home to take it. There's another bit of brilliant fielding. Shamar Brooks looking 10 years younger. Sprinting across and doing the field, and the captain leading by example here.
I think when CCC bat, he'll have to lead by example too. They'll need him to play a big inning in the second inning here. Kane Bishop coming very easily on his front foot and just playing it back to the bowler.
That ends the over. It's 191 for 5.
The West Indies Academy lead by 260 runs now, from 191 for 5 from 57 overs. As we take a water break.
So as we welcome you back here, the players have been refreshed a little bit. It's 191 for 5. So the lead climbing all the time. 260 runs. The advantage now. So it's going to be James. And he does everything with a kind of gusto there. He wants to hit it hard. Gray's 1 for 54, looking for his second wicket. Not going to get it there, says James. He's really a massive figure. Stands. Towering over everybody else close in at the wicket. And while the Trinidad and Tobago Barbados game is over, the Guyana Happy Eagles are also pressing for an outright victory. They set the windwards 420 for a victory, and they're batting 3 for 1 in their second innings. So they still need a further 417 with 9 wickets. James this time opting to stay on the back foot. He's on 25 from 31. Bishop was on 71 at the other end. And again, a bunks there for Graves. But the over comes to an end. A good over, 1915 for 5, a maiden.
There's your match summary. Overall lead of 260 with 5 wickets in hand, and you've got 2 established batsmen at the wicket. One very well set, and Joshua James. He didn't take Joshua James. He didn't take long really to get into stride, and that's the type of batsman that I know him to be. He's a very powerful striker of the cricket ball, and if you look at his size, he's way over 6 feet Ruskin, about 6'5", and he wheels that willow like it's a spoon in his hand. He's on 25 of 33. That had about 3 sixes.
He is a big unit. Yep.
Shot.
That's well played. That's 4 runs.
Wow.
Again, the man at cover is more cover point, almost backward point, and that ball was played through cover and just screamed across the turf. Not much that Kamil Puran could do about that.
Well,
75 now to Bishop.
What an impressive innings we've seen so far from Teddy Bishop, and the thing about it is that he batted with real responsibility. We all know that he has a lot of skill, a lot of talent as a batsman, but he really applied himself to the task here today. Turns that off the pad quite neatly, hustling to get 2 here.
They want a second run, yeah.
Deciding against it. Yes, Teddy Bishop, very elegant stroke player. He's pretty attacking batsman, but today he has curbed his attacking instinct and decided that he wanted to concentrate and get a very long knock and get a big score, and he's doing exactly that. He now has moved on to 76, 196 for 5, and he's got a good foil at the other end. I keep saying Orlando James. I've seen too much of Orlando James this week, perhaps. Joshua James, the elder brother, he's really come into his own here, striking the cricket ball with immense power. And he's not being reckless with it, Ruskin. He's calculating the shots quite well. He's picking the right balls.
He's just waiting for them to bring it in his arc.
Yeah.
And then he's just applying the power when he gets a chance. He knows that In a game of cricket, especially at a game at this level, you have to respect the ability of the bowlers. You can't just go throwing the bat at everything.
Wow.
And this is another
Look
one
at
that
this.
is going to come sailing
Wow.
out of the ground here over the whitish long on position. And that's the 50 partnership between these two.
Well, we were in the danger zone here in the commentary box because we are just at where a normal long on would be, just backward a bit. And that went a couple of meters to our right, so we've got to be careful when Joshua James is on strike, Ruskin.
2 or 2 for 5 with that hit there. He's on to 31 from 35 deliveries.
Wow. And no big backlift and follow through there. That's whipping that tremendous power, as the Ryan DL is saying behind me. That is a real raw power. Joshua James.
That's a good comeback, well bowled by Goodrich.
He was
James.
equally good to it, Ruskin. He didn't really look to go at another big shot, so he's picking the right deliveries to go for his shots. It's a really big lad.
There he goes again. And
Wow.
that's another almighty hit from Graves and from James rather, and that's 4 runs. Again, Goodrich pitching up and given the treatment. So that completes another over. It's 206 now for 5.
This time he goes on the ground with a straight drive, and even though there's a man at mid-off fairly deep, he gave up the chase from the minute that ball left the bat. Joshua James on the go here at the UWI spec. He quickly moves on to 35 of 37 deliveries. Teddy Bishop is on a 76. An overall lead of 275 for the West Indies Academy, and it's just a matter of they deciding how many they want to set the CCC as the target, Ruskin.
Yeah, it has to be. But like I said, I think they're probably going to bat time as well. Maybe bat until just after the tea interval. And if they're not bowled on by that time, just bat, see how many you can get, and then you assess your situation there. Look at it here, Guyana declared 224 for 2. And there's 420 runs the Windwards are chasing. So I suppose if the academy bats until, let's say, an hour after tea, they could probably add another 100 runs. That's 206 now. Add another 100 to that. That's 300 runs you're looking at roughly, plus the 69 advantage. So they would be in a very, very strong position. It's almost an unbeatable position, closing in on a 400 target. And that's hit hard, but again, good fielding from Puran. To their credit, they haven't kind of bowed their heads so far. The CCC, they know they came close against the Leeward Islands. They didn't get over the line. Here they're behind the 8 ball now, and it's going to take something special for them to get back into this one. But nothing like a few quick wickets. But the question is, who will get them those wickets? And again, the ball turned away in the air, but away from the man at forward short leg. So 206 for 5. 76 to Bishop, who waits. He's cutting this one. That's a good shot, and that's going to run away for a boundary yet again. And he hit it fine enough. It was a late cut, and there wasn't much that Henry could do about that.
Well, that's a good shot there by Teddy Bishop. He waited on it and played it as late as he could because there's a backward point on the boundary. And the later he played it, the finer it would have gone. And that's exactly what he did. He got it very fine down to the third man boundary for 4. The man at backward point on the boundary didn't have a chance. Very well played there by Teddy Bishop. That overall lead now goes on to 279.
210 for 5 at the moment.
Yeah.
And he's going back to Marcus here now. He really needs somebody to do something for him. Who will put their hands up and try to get a breakthrough here, and more importantly, keep taking wickets.
Well, the overall lead is 279 in fact, and not 275. 279, that last boundary by Teddy Bishop. So Marcus is back on the ball. He had just 4 overs in this inning so far. None for 19.
Yeah, so it's encouraging, but I could very well imagine the mindset of the CCC players because as it is right now, nobody expects them to win. So they are probably very loose and relaxed, but I think they would want to at least get wickets and at least do their jobs, which is try to dismiss the opponents. Don't just let them pile on runs. And this one is hit down to square leg again, not in full control, but again the scoreboard ticks on by 1. So even when you induce a not so perfect shot, you get nothing for it. A lovely day, really a beautiful day for cricket, beautiful day for the beach, nice day for the river, good day to be down the islands, Maracas, Toko. So going guiding this one down, that's going to go away for 4. Well, no, it's actually stopped. Brilliantly stopped down there, that deep one. But again, he's kind of resisted putting the man down at third man on the boundary. He does have a backward point, and that one went straight to him.
Ruskin, you have said that it's a good day for so many different activities.
Cricket
I didn't hear you say anything about commentary. Is this a good day for cricket commentary?
If we're in an air-conditioned booth.
Or should we be at one of those venues you just called the Toko, for instance, in this sort of weather?
My mind was wandering. So I was thinking what it would be like at Maracas right now.
Yeah.
Watching a boat sailing, maybe the fishermen coming in with their day's catch. That's another good shot, but very well fielded by Shamar Brooks.
That's a delightful on drive there from Teddy Bishop. Just clearing that front leg and straight bat, head well in line with the shot. He's timed it as well. Very good. That's a good bit of feeling there. The man at mid-off, is that Brooks? No?
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
Shamar
that's
Brooks.
Shamar
Right
Brooks
up.
there. Oh, yeah.
That's a good delivery. The Yorkers always look good. You would hope that it go past the bat, but it didn't again on that occasion. We've seen a couple lately, but it doesn't change much. It's 211 for 5 now.
Okay, that. Huh? I know
So 211 for 5.
I know take lunch.
The lead just building all the time.
Yeah. I see lunch late.
280 the advantage. So 280, they probably think the minimum 350. That might be the thinking. And as a result, James, I would imagine, would want to believe that he could kind of help them to get there sooner rather than later.
I don't think they would want to go way past the T interval. Oh
There's
my
another one that's
goodness.
going a long way out of the ground once more. It's almost like taking candy from a baby.
Well, they wouldn't need to bat after T the way Joshua James and Teddy Bishop are going. I mean, they're scoring so quickly by the T interval. If they continue like this, they're going to have enough runs to make the declaration, and they would have enough time as well if they are to dismiss the CCC a second time. They would have a session today and 3 sessions remaining in the last day. I think that should be more than enough time. But it's an onslaught here taking place now between Joshua James and Teddy Bishop. James is the more brutal of the two, 42 or 40. But Teddy Bishop has been the pick of the batsmen with his application. He's got the natural talent as a batsman, and his 80 was compiled of 133 deliveries, and I thought that he played every single delivery on merit. This is what you want to see from these young batsmen. But Joshua James is of a different mold.
Brooks just had a chat there with Graves, obviously giving him some advice as to what is the best approach against James. And, you don't want to bring it up into that into his arc there, because that's where he is so strong.
Yeah, he's waiting patiently on those balls and in his area. Wow, that's tremendous power. Even when he mistimes it, Ruskin, it's still going all the way. Shot.
He was on the back foot now, really showing his full range, because everything is getting so much easier for him now. He spent some time out there. 42 balls, he probably feels he could hit all of them. And but he's on 43 from 43.
Yes, a runner ball.
Bishop now, who's on 80. He will get another easy single as well. So they're just ticking along quite nicely.
Yeah, they're going at their own leisurely pace. Joshua James moving much quicker than Teddy Bishop. James is on strike. An air of excitement when James is on strike. Oh.
Excitement. I don't know if the bowler calls it excitement, but more like fear.
Yeah, of course.
As to what he is going to do. 220 for 5 at the end of the over. So Marcus it is who will.
Okay.
And James again in 2 minds there. He probably wanted to give that the good hee-ho over mid-wicket, and then decided against it. Settled for the single. You could see him rehearsing a shot there. It's not a shot that you or I might rehearse, but he is looking to take a ball from outside the off stump and put it over mid-wicket. And he might do it too. That's another great shot. That's beautifully played for 4 more.
What a delightful shot there from Teddy Bishop. One of the better shots in the game of cricket. The on drive, you have to keep your balance, you got to keep your head in line with the ball, and that bat was flowing straight through the line of the shot. No one moved. There's a mid-on and a mid-off, both of whom are fairly deep, but they had no chance whatsoever. Great shot by Teddy Bishop. He moves on now to 85 and in sight of a first-class 100.
He's 15 away now. It's 225 for 5. 290 for the lead. Because again, it's in the air, just out of the reach of Evelyn, who's running back there. He's going to go for the second run. Evelyn just a little too casual. He got there, and then it took him forever to circle the ball. And by that time, would you believe it, James had called Bishop back for the second run, and they were able to get back for 2 comfortably in the end.
Well, it's the first fault shot I've seen from Teddy Bishop so far in this innings, and he's moved on to 87, so just a slight lapse in concentration. He got it wide of the man of mid-off, but it was in the air for a while.
Driving again, because that has been his bread and butter shot, coming onto that front foot and driving. He got under the one before, so maybe a little change of pace there on the part of Marcus. Didn't really bowl it as quickly as some of the others.
I was now about to mention that Ruskin, whether he has learned the skill of learning to bowl a slower delivery with that fast arm action. That's the first slower delivery I've seen from him.
Goodrich on the other end did hit the bat, the edge of Bishop's bat, but there was nobody there to catch it at slip.
It's played.
The first slip was more of a second slip. The keeper never moved, and neither did the man at slip, and the ball passed right between the two of them at a nice, comfortable height.
Like the adjustment Teddy Bishop made to that delivery there. He was coming onto the front foot, realized that the ball was not there to play off the front foot, and he quickly made the adjustment. He rocked back on the back foot and got inside the line and whipped it behind square, picking up an easy single. Great skill.
Brooks still trying to get his troops to stay in the game. Mind could so easily wander under these conditions. James is watchful to end the over. He remains 45, 88 to Bishop. It's 228 for 5 with a lead of 297 runs. So it took a while, but here comes Yannick Otley again. So it's back at 228 for 5, so he's back into the attack now. 2 for 18, despite all the carnage that is taking place. He's been very, very stingy, very miserly with his runs. He's bowled very well, has 2 wickets to show for it.
Well, he would really be tested here, especially with Joshua James. Yannick Otley, he's been so economical, 18 runs coming from 16 overs. You don't get it more economical than that. He's also picked up 2 wickets, but Joshua James has not really faced him so far in this inning. So let's see how he would respond when James is on strike. Right now it's Teddy Bishop. Eyeing a century, he's on 88, just 12 away. Oh my!
And this one is going to come down close to the boundary here. In fact, it's just pulling up just inside. And McCarthy, the substitute, the concussion substitute, who is now eligible player. He's actually free to bowl if skipper wants him to.
Bit of a loose shot there from Bishop. He wasn't ready to the pitch, but he was playing a slashing sort of drive. But you still have to give him credit for that shot. He actually waited and then more or less opened the face and ran it down to a short third man.
He is again driving as he's inclined to do, coming on to the front foot.
Looking a bit loose now, Ruskin.
Well, Utley doesn't give him much, so he's probably trying to make something happen.
That's exactly it. This one is over pitch and the drive looks textbook. But Utley usually bowls it just back of a length, so Teddy Bishop would not be getting too many half volleys, but he's still trying to go through with the drives. He's got to be careful.
So 231 for 5. And 91 to Bishop, 45 to James. So the 300 lead is on the board.
Came a lot quicker than we thought, Ruskin.
Yep, so they really up the tempo, and that's primarily because of this man, James. And he's right back on his stumps. He might get a second one if they hurry, but they're content with just the one. All the hands go up, the oohs and the ahs as they saw the ball sort of spearing into his pads. But then down came that big broad bat of his. Remember, he changed the bat earlier. He hit a 4, and he probably felt he should have hit it for 6, so he changed the bat. Ken Bishop, that has really been the hallmark of this innings, the ability to drive the ball on the front foot, not afraid to come out and meet it, and play it nicely in the arc between mid-on and mid-off. 233 for 5 now, and it's 92 to Bishop and 46 to James.
So he's in the 90s, Teddy Bishop. Should be a well-deserved century should he get there. I don't see any reason for him not getting there. He's under no pressure whatsoever, and he has looked extremely comfortable in this innings. Batted magnificently, played each delivery on merit. Just a one fault shot an over or so ago when he drove through extra cover, and it was in the air for a while, but well between the man at short extra cover and mid-off.
Saw a plane going into Piaco there a short while ago. Imagine foreigners coming into Trinidad and Tobago, if they're coming from the temperate climate, meeting brilliant sunshine here in the Caribbean. Can really the ability to drive the ball has really been a strength of his on both sides of the wicket, but more particularly through the offside. And what probably is surprising is the amount of times the bowlers actually put the ball there for him to drive.
I think Joshua Dawn probably is telling himself that he missed out here today. He has shown good signs as well as a frontline batsman, Joshua Dawn. I was very impressed with that knock he had in the first innings. Didn't get it going here in the second innings, but Teddy Bishop is the man who has shown us his quality right out of the top draw.
So now James is back on strike now, 233 for 5. That last one was a bye. Ed Richards unable to haul it in, and He's
Oh
going to have to
my.
hurry here. If he hits, he's out. Nope, he misses. Well, it's almost like he played the shot and fell asleep. He didn't even move, but you could see Bishop screaming going down to the striker's end. And then James, rather belatedly, took off. But however, he made it. Those big, long strides of his, getting him up the pitch in a hurry.
Well, there was hesitation there from James. When he played the shot, he was on the move. So immediately Teddy Bishop had responded to that, but then James stopped. And then Teddy Bishop stopped as well, and then they decided to go through. So
And this one again is going in the gap. Down to be a little loose there, but he got it in the gap once more. There's a slip, and well, I have to call him a gully, but very wide indeed. And that ball went down to third man. It's vacant, and that's 4 more. So he goes racing on to 96 now.
well, one thing about the gully, I was saying it early on, that I have not seen a ball go in the air to the gully in the entire match. And they have maintained that gully fieldsman throughout. You know,
But they've also not, they've been very reluctant to put the third man in
of
place.
course,
But we've seen so many boundaries conceded down there at third man.
yeah.
It's almost like it's a forgotten field. Gonna have to hurry again. And
Wow. Smakachi is an extremely quick fieldsman.
so that completes the over. Bishop inches on by 1 now to 97, so he's 3 away. And the score moves up to 239 now for 5. But that should be 240 for the 5 wickets.
Well, he's back on strike, so no doubt he'd be looking to get to that 100 in this over. It would be a well-deserved 100, I tell you. Very impressive batting from the young man.
So he's done very well so far.
Lovely knock so far from Bishop on 97 from 148 deliveries. Joshua James 47 from 48 deliveries. 240 for 5. Over a lead of 309. And I think this will put CCC under some pressure now.
Certainly a splendid little innings here from Bishop. Now it's up to Otley to deny him that 100. Youngster out of Grenada. He wants a single, but it's James not interested.
Not to be undaunted, James and all has played a powerful inning, 47 from 48 deliveries.
But this is actually his highest list day score. It was 95 prior to this. So he has, that was an unbeaten 95. So he has actually, this is his highest score. And if he gets to 100, it will be a maiden 100.
Batted very well today. Drove the ball on the front foot sweetly.
Again, just teasing him there a little bit is Otley.
Otley 2 for 23 in 17.3 overs thus far.
That's well played, but he's probably only going to get a single. So he inches on by 1 now to 98. So he's gone past his previous highs of 95 and is now 2 away from the coveted triple figures.
Maiden 100. See Otley coming into James. James long forward.
Bishop anxious to get back on strike. But James, he has to be careful. James is not the best judge of a single. However, the over ends. And it's 241 for 5 at the end of it. 66 overs completed.
With James throwing long legs, I think he just needs about 4-5 foot step at the other end.
So what an achievement this would be for Bishop.
Yannick Otley 18 overs so far on the trot.
Actually, he's bowled 18 overs,
Yes.
but it was broken up.
Yeah,
It'd be right after the luncheon interval, he got a bit of a breather. Graves was bowling at that end and did well. So now the question is, how do they keep the pressure on and deny him that 100? Now we're seeing Brooks decided to move that gully fieldsman a little closer to the first slip. And it's punching this one. He could come back for a second run. They'll have to hurry, and he will get it too. No, they decide against it, but that certainly was a chance there for him to get to the century mark. But taking no chances, he will settle for the 1. But give credit to Goodrich there. He moved smartly to his right, picked it up in one motion, and had the return on its way. And that is probably what scared Bishop.
Also 99 in 154 deliveries.
And again, just hanging the bat out there a little bit, James. He's probably, whenever you see a batsman like James, just hang the bat outside there, you wonder what is going through his mind, because most times he will be looking to belt that. You know, hanging the bat is not something you kind of associate with him. Once it's short, he's looking to free his arms. And again, he's pushing this one off his chest, and again, not looking comfortable. And he's not trying to hit the ball; he's just trying to.
I think that
it's
one
really a
made,
nothing shot. It's
that one made a little extra height on him from Marcus.
just trying to dab it as opposed to hitting it. Mops his brow and gets ready to do it all over again. Could imagine folks in Tobago, we say good afternoon to them. Probably anxious to see him do well. And good delivery from Marcus, keeping things very tight here.
242 for 5, 66.4 overs. I think the West Indies emergent team has really batted CC out of this game so far.
And this is James really using the long handle there, but annoyed at himself for not middling the ball any better. However, more importantly, he has gotten Bishop back on strike. 1 ball left in the over. So an opportunity now for the young man to get to triple figures. 96 runs, the current partnership. 48 to James, 99 to Bishop. 2, 4, 3 for 5, 312 the lead, and climbing all the time. So now the man at deep backward square has been brought in just to the side of the umpire. And good field into his own bowling there by Marcus. So he will have to wait as the over comes to an end. 2-4-3 for 5.
This is a fine display of batting by Bishop here today. It's mostly scored 90% of it run on his front foot with drives, cover, extra cover, and straight drive.
He's really done exceptionally well. And I'm sure the entire West Indies Academy outfit will be very proud of his effort here today.
I think for a small chap, he hits the ball, times the ball sweetly.
Yeah, that has been a feature of his batting. He's a good timer of the ball. So too is this fella. It's just that he times them
Different.
in a different kind of timing.
Power.
Yep. Power is timing too, you know. You could do both at the same time. It's just that the bat speed is so different.
I think Joshua James, he's a strong unit and he has good bat speed.
Looks very comfortable at the crease. And but Yannick Utley respects his power. He's not giving him anything in his arc there. He's probably saying to him, "You're gonna have to come to me. I am not coming to you."
Well, they are both club mates together, so they know one another.
Still again, Utley as tidy as ever. 2 for 24.
From 18.3 overs.
Can you consider all the carnage that has taken place? He has been at one beacon. And they still tried hard to deny him that single there, but it ends the over. No, you think he has one delivery, so now Bishop will get another chance to get to triple figures.
It will be a well-deserved 100 here today. Batted extremely well. Patient. Played all his ball on his merit.
Again, these two are approaching a 100 partnership as well. So a lot going on almost simultaneously. They came together with a score on 147. So they're just 3 runs away from a 100 partnership. It's 2-4-4 for 5. And it will stay that way
Long forward.
as well. 244 for 5 at the end of the over. Just a 1 run coming from it.
Don't say anything, they'll give them 350 to win. Declare that.
Well, 350. T is right around the corner. T is probably in another 10 minutes or less. The lead now is a good one.
3-18.
But it means you'll have to bat on. So I would say bat for another hour. And whatever you get, you know, is where you're looking at there, because that hour is important, because two things. It's less time that your bowlers have to stay in the field because it's very hot. So if you get 3 wickets in that final hour, you'll be happy with that, because you could come back tomorrow now fresh and have a go at them after a good night's sleep. And this one is going to run down the hill. This could go close to the boundary, if not into the boundary, and it does. That's 4 runs. So
That's just for a half century.
So that is another milestone achieved here.
That brings up the 100 partnership with Joshua Bishop and Joshua James.
So Teddy Bishop is
Bishop.
on 99, and Joshua James has just gone past 50 from 59 balls with 5 fours and 3 sixes. And how many times have we seen boundaries go down to third man in this innings alone? And we yet to see a fielder placed down at that point. Yeah, he is again nibbling at one.
I think at lunch, just after lunch, just before Raja was making the same comment about the third man. Several boundaries went down there today.
A lot of balls kissing the outside edge and going down to third man. And when you're trying to protect runs, that's one of the fields that one of the areas that you almost always have to protect.
The West Indies Academy had a third man, decided to put a third man today.
It is a sort of a get out. So the lead now is 322 at the moment. So what a fine performance from this young man.
Excellent batting today, just pushing that full toss straight back past the bowler for 4.
So we saw CCC stall when they were 129 for 7 in the first innings. They couldn't get the remaining 3 batsmen out cheaply. Here again, they got 5 wickets, and then it's like the wicket taking has ended. So from 147 for 5, these two have now pushed it on to 253 for the same 5. So another 100 partnership. The last pair, remember, put on 96 in the first innings, and the last 3 added 171 runs. The last 3 wickets, that is. So they have problems finishing off teams, CCC. And the runs continue to flow. They may get a second run here if they want it. In fact, there's plenty of time here for the second run. Both of them looked like if they didn't seem interested in a second run, but there was more than enough time to get that second run. The man from deep mid-wicket had to run behind square. The man at fine leg had to do a similar distance, and they eventually decided that 2 was on. So that pushes the score now on to 255. And the lead is 324 runs.
Seeing Bishop gets his 100, a magnificent 100 today, well batted. Also James getting his half century in the same over.
Now, what is the ground staff looking at over there? Is it something in the coconut tree? Is it a bird that they're looking at in the tree over there, or an iguana or something that the ground staff is anxiously scouting?
Can't be rain.
That is out of the question. For the entire day, I haven't seen, for the entire tournament, I haven't seen them so attentive.
Yeah, and they got continuing to Joshua James on the back foot into short extra cover. Forward comes Joshua James.
So maybe that they're picking up the covers or something over on that far side.
Just turning this one mid-wicket, short mid-wicket for a easy single.
James tucks on another one. And the score just ticks over 255. 5 for 5. And that lead just keeps swelling.
324. Forward comes Joshua. Teddy Bishop. His concentration was immaculate today from day one, from the very first ball he came out.
So again, Otley keeping things tight and but no breakthrough. Yannick Otley 2 for 26 from 20 overs. However, the academy well placed at 256 for 5 at the end of that over. 70 overs completed, and that lead just continues to grow here. But the story, of course, is Teddy Bishop's maiden first class 100, 105 in list day cricket, and his highest score. And Joshua James also coming to the party with a breezy 54. 325 the advantage right now.
This 100 will do him a world of good because he's one of the emerging young players they are looking at. They have been working with him, and I think this knock will do him all the good.
That one is striking him on the pad as a loud appeal. Might have gotten a little inside edge or going down leg.
Probably, I think, going down leg.
But
You know, when young players get 100 like this, you know, it puts more confidence into their batting for another inning or another game, especially at this level.
Great to see him kick on from here and score big hundreds. The next round is some time away.
The next round in Jamaica.
Yep, so he got a little time to over Easter to celebrate this and then put his head down again and keep going. 256. The lead is 325.
And building.
And it doesn't get any better for the Windward Islands. Chasing 420. They are 32 for 4. And this one is in the air, but it's gone over the head of the man at that point. It's going close to the boundary, and it gets there just ahead of Goodrich. And he could see the disappointment in his face. He's trying hard, but the ball just not sticking to him. And so that's 4 more to James. Here's the other question. If James continues at this pace, they might give him time to get 100 himself, because they're probably going to give him the license to hit anything after the tea interval.
If they give him a license, you don't need much to go to it.
We might be in for a real treat here. I might have to move my car.
You know, Windward Islands, who are the league leaders, lost outright the last rounds, and it is possible they're heading for this one too.
Yeah, they're in real strife here. They need a further 388 runs with 6 wickets in hand.
And from the last rounds to this rounds, their batting has felt miserable. I think they all found run 13 in the first inning.
113, yes. Jeremy Solozano made a duck. Emilius made 3. Hodge 21.
What do you think could be the problem there, Ruskin,
After
after 3 rounds of victory and then falling so easily?
Well, that's the thing, you know. Some teams start the tournament quickly. Other teams kind of build as they go along. And then what happens when the other teams kind of catch up to you? You on your way down because you peaked early, and then you coming down, but other teams are rising. Look at Barbados. Now that they've gotten back some of their key players, you know, they just sliced through Trinidad and Tobago, and so they are now trending in the right direction, as are the Guyanese, the Guyana Happy Eagles.
I think Leeward Islands in a good position against the Jamaican Scorpion too.
So this is the tea interval here now, 260 for 5 at tea, and things looking dire for CCC. 260 for 5, 105 to Bishop, and 58 to James. So they Academy are well placed right now. They are enjoying this scenario and are short a lead of 329. They may think that maybe they just need to pull the choke a little bit and see how quickly they could get, how many more they can get in another hour or so. We'll have to wait and see what the thinking is in the dressing room. But Otley has been the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 26 from his 20 overs, despite the amount of runs scored so far. So at tea, the West Indies Academy at 260 for 5. They enjoy a lead of 329 runs. And we'll have play after tea when we come back. But we leave you, Joshua James is 58 and Teddy Bishop unbeaten on 105. A very good afternoon once again as we welcome you back to UE Spec here in St. Augustine on the campus of the University of the West Indies. And again, the conditions really nice, pristine, warm, with a gentle breeze. We wish it was a little bit stronger, but hey, it's what we have to work with. And West Indies Academy, they will continue at 260 for 5. An overall lead of 329 runs, with Teddy Bishop getting his maiden first-class 100, 105, and Joshua James on 58 at the other end. So these two have done very well, put on 100 so far. And here he is cutting at one, a little bit lazily. So I suppose Raja, the next couple of overs will tell us what the approach will be and what the instructions are after tea.
Yes, thank you, Ruskin, and a very good afternoon again to all our viewers. Well, they would have done their assessment during the tea interval, I suppose. The question is whether how many they are looking to set. The CCC, what target they are looking to set them, and how much time they're going to give themselves to bowl the CCC out twice. I don't think they would go much past an hour.
I don't think so, but I think what will set the tone would be how they approach, maybe after the next couple of overs, how they play themselves back in. Down the wicket he goes, and that's well played. That's gone a long way, and that's gone for 6. I was thinking of waiting a couple of overs to see, but he didn't wait very long. And down the wicket goes Bishop, and away they go. And one more big hit. So 335 now the lead. And Bishop is on to 111. 111 from 165. So it says 266 for 5 now. As Bishop again showing real intent here. The mid on has been dropped back to long on. There is a long off as well. And this time he's cutting, and there is cover out in the deep. And, just the 1 run. Henry is out there.
Well, you would expect they would want to take up the tempo here in terms of scoring quickly. I think Joshua James as well would have a chance of trying to get to 100 because he can really strike the ball with tremendous power. He's already on 58, so if he has to bat for an hour, I'm sure that he's going to attempt to get to 100. He's on strike.
So that is going to be the telltale sign, is how they really pick up their stock here now, and whether they go for broke with the next set of overs. 267 for 5 at the end of the over. That bowling card doesn't make for good reading.
Well, but Yannick Otley, who has been the most economical and very economical as well, 33 coming off 21 overs, and in that onslaught out there, you would have to give him a lot of credit. Mind you, he didn't bowl a lot to Joshua James, but even so, he got 5 wickets in the first inning as well, so he has easily been the pick of the bowlers here for the CCC. But we wait here to see when they're going to really launch the onslaught. They will be watchful for an over or two, but I'm sure that they're not going to bat way past an hour here after tea, Ruskin.
It won't be necessary, I don't think, unless they have a 400 in mind and they feel that they are not there yet.
Well, let's say that they score at a run a minute. The overall lead was 329 before the last over, and they get another 60 runs. I think that should be enough. 390.
So it will be interesting now to see, especially when James comes on strike, how he approached things here now, because he's the one that I think most people look to see what the sign is.
Well, you better fasten your seatbelt and enjoy the ride.
Yep. I'm just not comfortable with my car parked right within his assault range. And he bowled him. Head in the air. He was going for the big one. And it was bowled neck and crop for 58 without adding to his tea time score.
Well, I did fasten my seatbelt, but the ride didn't really take off. Joshua James has been bowled. He was going for a big one, no doubt. That has been the instruction. You got to go at it, and he is the one most capable of doing that. But his head was in the air, and he was bowled neck and crop, middle stump, knock back. So it was a very entertaining knock from Joshua James. He scored a 58. And he really did light up the UWI spec here in St. Augustine with that innings.
Yeah, they added 121 for that 7 wicket, for that 6 wicket rather. So they've done very, very well. That's a good partnership. So 268 now for 6. Naeem Young, the captain, is coming to the crease. Young, of course, is a very aggressive young fast bowler, but fancies himself with the bat as well. And of course, I'm sure they really would have liked to have seen Graves stay out there for another half hour or so.
You mean James?
James stay out there for another half hour and see what he could net them. Because more than anything else, he can score quickly.
Altogether with Teddy Bishop, they had put on 121, which by far has been the biggest partnership of the match on both teams.
So Naeem Young has to be mindful here of the requirements of the team, but I don't think he wants to do a James and just give his wicket away. So far so good. He's been playing each ball on merit. But you just get the feel that they just want to get on with things.
Well, this might be a bit of a setback slightly for the academy, in that if they were thinking of scoring, let's say, 60 to 80 runs in the hour, that plan would have changed with the dismissal of Joshua James, because they would have been dependent on him heavily to do the bulk of the scoring, especially when they're going after quick runs. I don't think Naeem Young has that sort of ability like Joshua James to be beating the ball. And Teddy Bishop is more in the mold of the orthodox type batsman. So it might just take them just a bit longer than they had anticipated for getting the target that they want and making the declaration.
So that is the end of the over. And it's 268 for 6 at the end of it. So Graves has 2 for 68, Blades has 2 for 39, and Utley also has 2 wickets. So those are the 3 main men for CCC in terms of their bowling. Remember, they are without Mutara, who will take no further part in the game. And it gets worse for the Windward Islands. They've lost another wicket. It's 35 for 5 now.
35 for 5.
And so now all the pressure is back on Bishop now. He is probably the one who may have to do the heavy lifting. Yeah, and that was going to give Utley a chance. Richards sprints after that one, the wicketkeeper, because there's nobody in front. The bat on the onside. There's just a deep square leg and a long on. Now they're placing somebody on the onside. It's a straightish mid wicket. Evelyn goes over there. The long on has come into mid on, as Naeem Young is on strike.
Young has not had a good game, especially with the ball. He didn't pick up any wickets in that first innings. Toiled a lot. Certainly would be looking to make amends when they should take the field for the second innings with the ball.
That's good bowling from Utley again, not giving the batsman much to work with.
Yes, he's been bowling that nagging, just back of a length delivery. You can't really drive it, and you don't have enough time to play on the back foot to play the cut shot. And he's bowling it close to you as well, so he's not giving you a lot of room. That's his strength, really. Keon Utley, Yannick Utley.
So that completes another over. 22, 2 for 34. And the score is up to 269 for 6. So Bishop is still there on 114. Young is yet to score. The man out, Joshua James, for 58. That was his tea time score. Didn't add to that tea time score. Had one almighty swing and got bowled down by Graves. Edgin, and he's out. Trying to cut, trying to give himself room to punch it through the offside. He loses his scalp, and I'm sure Brooks, who took the catch, is probably going to come and shake the young man's hand as he does there, just to congratulate him. In fact, all the players are going to congratulate him on a job well done. But he has to go for 114.
So that gives Graves his third wicket of the innings. He's done a pretty good job so far. He has 3 for 68 now of 17 overs. So we have seen the end of an excellent innings here from Teddy Bishop. His first century at this level, and he would be mightily pleased with that. Caught at slip by Shama Brooks off the bowling of Romario Graves. And that's the fall of wicket number 7. So 2 quick wickets going. The 2 main scorers for the academy here. Joshua James in the previous over from Graves, and now Teddy Bishop. He has removed the 2 top scorers.
So that improves his figures significantly. Young is joined by Joshua Bishop. So he goes for 114. That's Teddy Bishop. And one Bishop replaces another. 269 for 7 now. That lead is still an ominous 338. Now, in the first innings, the CCC ran into problems with the lower order. Can they correct that this time around? And Bishop, of course, another one who likes to put bat to ball.
Well, this is going to slow things down drastically here for the academy, because they have lost the 2 main batters and the 2 batsmen who were really putting the pressure on the CCC. They are back in the pavilion, and we've got two new batsmen. Both of them are yet to get off the mark. So I'm certain that the run scoring would be kept in check for a while if they can get themselves set and then decide to play some shots. But they have slowed things down here at CCC.
This is where the thought pattern has to come into play here now on both sides. The batsmen have to understand what the requirements are, but it wouldn't hurt to just consolidate a little bit. You don't want to lose another wicket right away, so you kind of bottle it for a minute or two and then see what happens after. And Graves not making it easy for them. Just wheeling over his arm. So the two frontline spinners really doing a good number here. One is as tight as they come at the other end, and the other one taking wickets at this end. And bowling in tandem, creating some problems here for the academy. But that's the end of a fine over, a maiden wicket over. And it's 269 for 7.
Well, they have pulled back the run scoring here since the resumption after tea. Only 9 runs have been added since, and we've seen the fall of the two top batters in this second innings here for the academy. Firstly, Joshua James going bowled by Romario Graves, and then the century maker Teddy Bishop looking to cut behind point, got the outsiders, and a smart catch by Captain Shama Books at slip. Saw the departure of Bishop as well. So things would obviously slow down here, especially the run scoring.
So 338 lead. I'm sure they'll want to get that ticking over quickly.
Well, they would know at what time they would want to make the declaration, and at what target would they would want to set. I'm sure that they would have discussed that with the tactical staff at the tea interval. So even though they might take a couple overs here to just get themselves in, we expect that they are going to be going pretty hard in a while.
And but Utley again continuing to keep the batsmen honest, not giving them much to work with. Been thereabouts all day long. And another good delivery, that one coming in with the arm. A little bit of bounce as well. And certainly encouraging the batsmen, if you want to get to me, you have to come to get to me. But they're afraid to use their feet to him. So as a result, it's difficult for them to really generate power because he's not putting much pace on the deliveries. And finally they got something to work with, but he couldn't take advantage. The end of the over, 269 for 7, another maiden from Utley.
So the Windward Islands as well under some pressure, Ruskin, because as you were just saying a while ago that they lost 5 wickets already,
and for 5.
And the target is not such a big one. For how much?
It's only 420.
Oh. Target of 420 and you're 5 for
35.
5 for 35. Wow. Similar to what happened at the Queen's Park Oval this morning with the TNT Red Force.
Well, if it's any consolation, it's now 38 for 5. So they've added 3 runs.
Okay.
Things looking up.
Well, the Red Force was shut out this morning in the first hour. They're losing their remaining 7 wickets and setting the Barbados Pride just 20 runs for victory, which they completed well before the luncheon interval. But here at the UWI Spec, it's a different kettle of fish because this game is definitely going to go into the final day tomorrow. But having said that, the West Indies Academy, they are the strong favourites at this point in time. They lead by 339 and they still have 3 wickets in hand.
So Graves keeping things tight, not giving them much swinging room. But I'm sure sooner or later they're going to bring out that whooping stick, trying to get some runs on the board, some more runs. Could add one here. McCarthy being kept busy at long on. $270 now for 7. 271, I should say. So it's 340 on the board. And a little use of the feet there. And one more to the score brings it up to 272.
Well, the CCC are not going to mind the singles too much. The idea is to try to avoid the boundaries.
And this is, but he might still be in his crease. I don't think he he left. Joshua Bishop would have been annoyed had he been out of his crease. And the ball hit Graves' hand and then ricocheted onto the stumps. And luckily for him, his bat was grounded. So he remains 2. Young is 1. It's 272 for 7. The lead, 341.
That would have probably been the most unfortunate dismissal in the game, Ruskin. Backing up too far and then a deflection from the bowler's hand onto the stump. It's a dismissal that you can hardly avoid as well, because you're taught and you're coached that once the bowler delivers the ball, you got to be backing up. So you would obviously be leaving your crease. And a drive straight back down the wicket, you're always vulnerable to be getting run out in that fashion. But it wasn't to be. Well, would you say that he wasn't properly coached and that he was still in his crease, or he was quick enough to get back?
No, I think what happened with him there is that he never really
He didn't leave the crease.
No,
Okay,
he never
right.
really left the crease. But he had the bat in the left hand, which is good. And just going slightly across that one there and trying to keep it out of his pads. They want a single, and they're a little bit late in starting there again. Ooh. And might have just struck him as he was going through there, Bishop. But he's a big, strong, fleshy guy. I don't think that is going to cause him any pain.
Well, he took a long while to reach down the on that in on striker's end.
He was on the back foot when he played the shot,
Yeah.
and he just seemed to.
Yeah, he had to take a
struggle to
while
get
to really
started.
get off. Yeah.
The gear wasn't going in.
Probably the handbrakes were still up, Ruskin.
Again, just teasing. There is Utley. The batsmen want to get after him. He knows that. So he's not giving them much to work with. If you want to put power on it, you apply the power. But he isn't giving you much. There he goes, big one, and that one is just past the man at that short extra cover position. And they're going to get a single. So things happening now. You can see the batsmen clearly in a run-getting mode. And quickly, they want them quickly.
Well, they think they've seen enough of it and they're ready to get on with business.
Utley and Graves not cooperating just yet. And he's won a quicker delivery, but probably just angling down that leg side. Not a bad idea. And just change the speed, yeah. Again, watchful this time. Another over comes to an end, just 2 from it. 2 for 36 now for Utley. It's 274 for 7. The lead is 343.
Well, we waited patiently to see if Joshua James and Teddy Bishop would give us some added fireworks after tea, but it did not happen. James was out the minute he attempted the first big hit after tea, and then Teddy Bishop followed in the very next over from the same bowler, Graves. So we didn't see the expected fireworks that we wanted to see after tea, and now that Joshua Bishop and Naim Young are in the wicket, they are taking a bit of time to get it going. They have just come in. Bishop is on 3, Young is on 2, but they look like they are ready to go, Ruskin. No?
Well, Graves is not cooperating much, neither is Utley. So they're probably waiting for them to bring the ball up into their arc so you can have a go at it. But let's see how Young is reading this situation. He's on 2. And won't get a run there, so it's been a little bit of a slow burn for them at the moment. They probably came out of the dressing room after tea brimming with confidence, hoping to see some fireworks. It's not happening, and there's another brilliant stop here by Shamar Brooks, going down to his right there quickly, as that one was edged. Didn't go as a catch, it went down, but he did exceptionally well to get a hand to that and to stop it cleanly. Brilliant. And once again, Graves bang on target.
Well, that catch off Teddy Bishop by Brooks, Ruskin, that was a magnificent catch, because Bishop was on the back foot looking to play the cut shot, and when you are slip and the batsman gets on the back foot looking to cut, I mean, it's pure reflexes really that you'd have to depend on to really hold on to that sort of catch.
It also depends on what you're looking at.
Yeah, it was a good catch. Usually when the batsman get on his back foot and cut in, you tend to take a couple of steps back.
Yep. Yeah, hustle for a quick single there, and that pushes the score on by 1. And now it's 274 for 7, or 275 for 7 rather. The lead is 344. The thing is, if you know, you were suggesting 350 as a possible declaration target. Well, they're just a couple runs away from that now, and so these two probably don't have to do anything out of the ordinary to get them there. They're just 6 runs away from that, and they'll still have plenty of time in which to get at the opponents. But if the target is a little bit more than that, well, then we'll have to wait to see if they want to push it up to 400. Then they will definitely have to get a move on just now. If they're batting time, that's another delivery outside the off stump. So if they're batting time and they say in 1 hour's time, this is where we want to be,
Yeah.
or we just take what we get in that hour.
Well, I think that if they decided that they would have batted an hour after tea, they still got about 33 minutes remaining. So I think in that 33 minutes, they should be going all out. It doesn't really matter if you lose a wicket here or there, but you need to score quickly, because you would want to pick up a couple of wickets this afternoon before the close of play, and then you come back tomorrow, because if you don't pick up, let's say, at least 1 or 2 wickets, there's a possibility as well that the CCC can draw the match, or even better than that, make the score.
Well, that's a big ask for them. They're going to have to bat well and consistently well, something that they haven't done all season long. Cutting at one and almost getting bowled. Once again, backing away and trying to force the issue, Naim Young. And living dangerously. But again, Utley just teasing the batsman. can't get to him, and they can't score off him. So this has been an amazing spell of bowling here. He's in his 25th over, and eventually they'll get the single. So 2 for 37 for Utley from his 25 overs. Excellent bowling indeed. 3 runs apiece for Bishop and Young. The score is up to now 276 for 7. So 276 for 7. Young, who is on 4, is back on strike. So this has been a real departure from what we expected, but I think it's dictated by the loss of those 2 early wickets in this final session today. And the batsmen, they've gone for 1. They're not too keen. Young is keen on it, but Bishop was having none of it. This is Joshua Bishop. There's a reverse there that might actually net him some runs. Going close to the boundary and just kept in. But they refused to run on the throw. It probably was a good decision too, because the throw was an excellent one right alongside the stumps there from Marcus. And the batsman picked up 2 runs.
They didn't run the second run as quickly as they should. They probably could have been 3 there, because Marcus had a long way to go from deep extra cover boundary all the way around almost 30 yards, 30 meters to backward point on the boundary. So,
So 279 for 7. Another good save there from Kamil Puran. Straight at mid-on there. There is a long on just to his right shoulder, just off his right shoulder. And there's a lot of appeal for LBW. Goes right across it and not out, says the umpire. Not sure exactly where he got struck, but it might have been heading down leg. So he seemed to have that left pad covering that leg stump. Or just outside the leg stump.
yeah,
So again, they run the first one very nonchalantly, so the possibility of a second run was lost there. But that inches the score on the lead now into 349. It's 280 for 7 at the end of the over.
Blessed evening to the listeners. Fall of 2 wickets after the tea break have slowed up the game a bit. Apparently, the academy team is just playing it out now. not too excited about scoring runs. Joshua Bishop on 6 from 15 and Naim Young 5 from 34.
And that's because they've had some good bowling since the tea interval. Graves has picked up 2 wickets, but Otley continues to plug away.
But at 3:49 on the board, I think they should at least start to get on with it here now.
Well, the 350 has come up with that single. And so that's one target achieved there. Is 400 the next target?
Since the fall of Joshua Bishop and Joshua James, the scoring has eased up plenty. I think one boundary I saw so far.
You see, there's a batsman padded up, so maybe if there's a 4 in a wicket, we might still continue. This is cut away nicely, and actually Lane, who batted superbly in the first innings, is padded up. So he, I'm sure, will be thinking of, as they say, getting a dip.
Another 50 runs will take them. The rate they are going there, maybe up about 10 overs again, maybe more.
It's one in the air, but it's wide of the man at that backward point position or short third man, and he can't pull it back.
It will run into the boundary.
Yep. And McCarthy is down there, but not even the quick and the fleet-footed McCarthy could stop that one. So that's 4 to the cause there. Joshua Bishop, and really looking to launch himself. Cut it.
286 for 7 and 81.5.
And you'd be happy to know that the Windward Islands are now 50 for 6. So that game could end today as well. This one is flicked away nicely. So that game, just like the Trinidad and Tobago game, could end in 3 days, inside of 3 days.
The Trinidad one end in 2 days and a session.
As this one inches along now, 287 for 7. At the end of another Yannick Otley over.
What's a bit surprising here, the West Indies academy team is not looking to push on here. So I don't know if they have other plans to bat out the evening or bat close to the evening.
Yeah, so the lead is 3-5-6.
As you said, another batsman is parted up, so that shows no intention of decline at the moment.
Well, I haven't seen the captain to see if he is standing by to call in the troops. We'll see. I had a captain who would say, "Boy Ruskin, the only thing I declare in is war, you know." And that is war on the opposition. That is. And now here's the other scenario. They could take the new ball because 82 overs have been bowled with this old ball. And they could try and get the new ball and maybe see if that will change their fortunes here. So the umpire has a nice red cherry in his hand.
I remember my captain declared a game with me on 179, and I think some choice word I used against him when I came into the pavilion in the dressing room. We didn't like it.
Did you tell him, "Well done, Skipper"? I'll put you on my Christmas mailing list. I'll send you some cross buns for Easter.
It took about another almost 2 weeks before we said another word to each other on the field.
I remember one time we were playing a game against the English youths at the Oval, and I think Christopher Cowdrey, son of Colin Cowdrey, declared the England innings with Mike Gatting in the 90s. I cannot repeat what he said coming off the field. So we have Jediah Blades with a new ball in his hand. So this is 10 minutes ago we weren't even thinking that this would be possible, but here we are. 82 overs completed. And this one is smashed away. And that's the kind of double-edged sword with a new ball. It could get you wickets, but it could also
Bring runs.
bring runs to the batting team.
Funny enough, they took the new ball and they have the same field set for with the old ball.
Well, that's because there isn't much in the wicket. I don't think they expect it to fly. They have two slips in place. Two proper slips, as we say, not two fly slips or two slip and a half, slip and a half. So Young, who's on 6, but his 6 have come of 36 deliveries. Joshua Bishop is 13, but from 20. Jediah Blades 2 for 40. He's in his 14th over. I'm sure he'd like to add another scalp to that, or 2. And that's brilliantly played. That's nicely played. Straight back past the bowler, down to the boundary for 4 runs.
It's an excellent shot. Just coming on his front foot, he just straight back past the bowler. Mid-off hadn't just escorting it to the boundary.
So that's a very well played shot there from Naeem Young. Certainly doing his part now to try to accelerate the scoring. Picking his spots. He isn't going helter-skelter or going gung-ho, as they say, trying to hit everything, but he's kind of choosing the ones he hits. And having to defend that.
292 for 7 and 82.3 overs. Blade in his 14th over, 2 for 44. Naeem Young is on 10 of 39. And Joshua Bishop 13 from 20 deliveries.
Again, I'm not sure if you've spoken to anybody whose children might have sat the SCA yesterday. Different feedbacks, but I think in the main, most of them are just happy to get it over with.
Yeah. Well, I didn't speak to anyone. I saw the papers this morning. They look excited and happy to finish. And I think they all, if you ask them, they all say it was easy.
But I think I heard one young man saying that he was happy. He felt he did well. He was anxious about the results. But he said one question in maths. He said he's not good at maths. So he said one question in maths give him trouble. But at least he's honest. He identified the question that he had problems with. And I bet you he won't get that question wrong ever in life again. That's a good, well played. They're going to get a single. They might get a second run, and they will. Brooks chases it all the way down to the boundary.
I think, it's time, they put these children away from these things, this SCA. It's very stressful on these little children and their parents. I know a time was one of the government, I can't remember which one it was, they was bringing in the assessment thing, but it didn't come through. Where you assess the child.
Well, the different countries have different methods. It's 295 for 7 now. 83 overs completed. So it's really a scenario where what works, because you can see something working in one country, but it may not work in your country as it is. So you can't buy it wholesale and try to implement it. If you're going to do that, you may have to tweak it to suit your particular needs, and sometimes I think that's where we kind of go wrong. We just see it working, we adopt it, and then,
But I think the assessment, where they assess you from standard 3 to standard 5, I think it's not a bad idea. It's just you know, the teacher from the same school may not be able to assess you.
Right, and so whatever is the method that they want to use, because my thing is that at all levels you should be assessing the students anyway, and you know, and that's why I think we used to have what we call weekly test, because after you do all the study for the whole week, then you get a little exam on the Friday to test how well you understood what the teacher was giving you. So that is one way to assess, but I suppose this one is a more comprehensive assessment exercise.
See, Yannick Otley using the new ball from the southern end.
Yep, and given an opportunity here to just try to keep the scoring down and continue rather to keep the scoring down, not give away too much.
I don't know how true it is. I think this might be his last game with CCC due to his work.
And that's well played, but very well fielded
by
again.
Puran. I think he took his 2 weeks holiday to play this 2 game. He's the head of the IT at First Citizen Bank.
Man's got to do what a man's got to do. And again, they can't get it away. But he's just a little short there.
Pulling down this one a bit.
But because the ball is new, it will skid some. So you still have to try to catch up with it. And the breeze is really picking up here now, which makes it nice and cool. I'm sure the players are enjoying that.
Well fielded.
Nice tumbling save there from Blades. And I think he will hold on to that, as he will be bowling from the top. And that ends the over. 295 for 7. Wickets at 44, 48, 60, 103, 147, 268 and 269. 3 wickets to Graves and 2 each to Blades and Utley. So the lead all the while
364.
364. You think they iron 400 maybe?
Well, from watching Naim Young and Joshua Bishop bat here, especially the skipper Naim Young, I probably believe they are in for 400. Who knows?
Or maybe 375.
Who knows? Naim Young might be eyeing 100 himself.
And that's well played, but there is cover out there, and they will settle for just the 1 run. A lot of wickets fell this morning at the Oval. Trinidad lost 7, Barbados lost 2 in getting to their 20 and securing their victory by 8 wickets.
I don't know if the skipper is playing with time, maybe about an hour normal, and then give them an hour this evening.
Well,
And 3 sessions tomorrow.
And the thing is, he's out there, so he would know what is happening. I'm sure he has discussed plans with the team and with the coaches.
Because they're not showing any effort to get on with it. Because after the tea break, Joshua James and he came out with the intention of to get on with it. He didn't get on, he got out.
So maybe this is the fallback position after those 2 quick wickets. And, 1 by 1, they're inching along. 366 now. So we just have to wait, because it's all a guessing game here. Is it 375 is the target? Or is the target 400? Is it going to make a difference? 25 runs based on time.
I think a 4th inning to get over 350 is tough. It's very tough. 375 will be very hard. So I don't know if they want to play CCC out of the game and they will have to play for a draw.
So they're about 10 minutes away from that hour after the tea interval. And here he is going at one, but a good take, a wonderful take here from Richards. He started to go one way, and then he ended up going the other, but he held it in nicely. And you can see him having a word there with the slip with Utley, probably just saying, thank goodness you stopped that one because I probably couldn't have.
I think on display, the both wicketkeepers look excellent in this game.
Yeah, that's it. That's the other thing for the West Indies, because there are some very talented wicket keepers with good glove work, good footwork, because glove work is kind of also dependent on your footwork. Having a go there and trying to pick his spots somewhat, but Joshua Bishop missing out there. He was on 16, 12 to Young.
I think being a good glove man is all well and good, but you need to be batting and all too, because if you look at the whole circuit at all those test team, every one of their wicketkeeper is a number 7 batsman. Almost a number 7 batsman. New Zealand has their one to open.
I see that a lot, but I also see a lot of teams who put makeshift wicket keepers, and then they get punished for it at critical times with drop catches or mis-stumpings and different things. So it's a kind of double-edged sword that you're kind of walking when you do that sometimes. But that's well played.
That's a glorious shot.
That's well played. He waited for it and dispatched it nicely as Blades was pitching up to him, and he just went through with the shot.
Just came on his front foot and hit that ball hard through the covers for 4.
So that brings up the 300.
Make me remind Anil Raja in his young days.
So the lead now is 370. This partnership now is 32 of 65. So they are pushing on here now. They need another 30 runs to get to that 400 lead. Now if somebody like James was there, he would probably say 1 over spin could account for that.
I think they might have reached 400 already.
But he gave it away early after the tea interval. Didn't add to his tea time score of 58.
I think Blaze have he had a good spell, 15 overs, 2 for 53 so at this point.
Utley it is who is going to continue, and I would imagine if, as you say, if this is Utley's last game, Shamar Brooks would probably bless him for the effort that he's given the team.
Well, this is what I heard yesterday.
A bit of misfielding, and they might get a second run, and they will in the end. Probably should just have been 1, but Blades not able to corral that one.
Well, is it due to his work?
Well, I suppose if that's the arrangement, then that is the arrangement. And you know how it is with work. The bosses want their pound of flesh. And if you have 2 weeks that you need, every 2 weeks is your vacation, then it's 2 weeks vacation. It's not 2 weeks on a day.
I think both up to this point, none of the batsmen looking to get aggressive or to even push on with the score.
And so maybe they're just batting time, and they're just waiting for that hour mark, and then we'll see what the decision is at the water break. And they might sneak a single, but Blades is alert.
This is Yannick, 28 over in 2 for 46.
But it's a little bit puzzling, the approach. Even if you're going to bat time, you want runs. You want to get as many as you can in that period. And this time they're going to get a single, might even get a second run. And yes, they're hustling for the second run. And they'll get it too
Well
quite
run.
comfortably. So the 305 now for 7.
The lead of 372 runs, 28 runs for 400. See both batsmen watching down at the dugout.
Yeah, they're probably waiting for that sign, but I think it might be at the water break. Yep. They'll do it at the water break. But I know some captains are like that, you know. Whatever the opponents are expecting, you just do something contrary to that. So if they think you're going to declare at the water break, they'll probably come back out for an over or two, just to kind of depress them a little bit more.
Still seeing the guy pad up down at the sitting with his pad on.
That's well played. That's 4 runs. That's a vicious pull shot by Bishop. And he just smashed that through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
That's a powerful pull through mid-wicket.
And the lead goes past that 375 total. So it's now up to 378 lead. So they're 22 away from the 400. So maybe that is the target after all. So really they're batting them out of contention.
Yeah, this 400 will be a tough total to get here. I don't think if CCC do get it, they'll have to play well with the time, with just 3 sessions and maybe an hour.
Here he goes again, and that too is 4 runs because that one really peels away, and it's a no ball as well. So that's 4 runs. Let me see if the umpire was just getting ready to signal the 4. Well, I'll just leave it as 4. I won't take it as a no ball. Actually, it is a no ball because he was, I think he had the hand outstretched to indicate the no ball first. And it's 4 runs as well, so that's 5 runs, literally.
So that's 2 powerful shots executed by Bishop, Joshua Bishop.
So
1 through mid-wicket and 1 backward point.
So all of a sudden, the tempo has picked up, and more importantly, the aggression is back. Trying again and not lining up his deliveries very well.
He's well taken by the keeper. Bounce in front of him, down the leg side.
So Shamar Brooks must be thinking now, if after Blades, who do I turn to at this top end? Because if you can't find a bowler to really do the job for you, you might very well be leaking quick runs at this end.
Funny enough, Shamar Brooks didn't come on to bowl a few of his leg breaks.
It's edging, and well, actually didn't edge it. He was fishing at it. Thought he might have gotten a little touch there, but not out. And look at the take. The wicketkeeper taking that one over his shoulder.
Might have brings some variety to the game. No leg spinner haven't bowled in this inning. He could have come down almost 4 or 5 overs. He's not a pretty decent leg spin bowler. When he played for the U team, he bowled leg break.
I suppose he probably feels, you know, there are a lot of youngsters there who are unsure, so he's giving them every opportunity to do the business. I suppose when he spoke with the West Indies Cricket Board, whoever the officials are there, specifics of his role in the team. And, you know, while I don't think they barred him from bowling, it probably was to encourage the youngsters to...
Well, this both team is really the emerging players from going forward to West Indies team.
So one more to the score. So they keep tacking on runs here. 385 now. So they're 15 away from that 400 mark. But it looks as if the water break will come sooner rather than later.
It looked like I see this guy taking off his tie pad, the guy who's padded up.
Yep, so the decoration might come at the break. More than likely. Or after the next ball. So we'll see. And that's the end of it. Bishop is 29, 17 to Young. It's 3:16 for 7.
And that's the call.
Yes, the declaration has been made, just as we suspected, 1 hour after. So 3:16 for 7 declared for an overall lead. And really a big lead, almost 400 runs, 385 is the lead.
386 to win,
And,
3 session and an hour.
So Young is 17 and Bishop is 29 not out. But what a day we've had so far. Splendid 100 from Teddy Bishop and a gutsy 58 from Joshua James, 32 from Kadeem Alain, 15 to Worrell, 22 to Jordan Johnson. Tuckett made 13, and these two, 17 to Young, 29 to Bishop. And the declaration coming with the score at 316 for 7 for an overall lead of 385. And as Dinarine said, they have to get to 316 for a win. We get to that 386 we'll get to that when we come back.
make noise with him.
So as we welcome you back here, as you can see, the declaration came at 3:16, and here is the CCC's response. And of course, Bishop starting immediately.
Very good afternoon again here from the UWI Spec in St. Augustine. Ruskin, we have got a big chase on our hands here. 386 is the target. And the CCC are really going to be under the gun here because it's not going to be easy to score 386 on the fourth innings of any game. But they have decided to start with spin, and Joshua Bishop is the man.
And, because he's a finger spinner, you anticipate that he will exercise good control despite the newness of the ball. Actually, we just saw Yannick Otley do a similar thing for the CCC.
So it's Kamil Puran who is on strike. He got out in the very first delivery he faced in the first innings. He would want to make sure that that does not happen here and that he can stay there and get a pretty long innings.
And that one again, just the pace of the ball, just hitting the inside edge and trickling down to the boundary, doesn't get there. And they're going to be rushing back for a third run. So he's off the mark, but not in convincing fashion at all. But he wouldn't mind because he was on a pair.
Well, initially it looked as though that ball was heading down leg side. So he'd be feeling much relief now that he's gotten some runs to his name. He's off the mark.
He did shape well against the Leeward Islands, got into the 30s and then got out. And then he had a second ball duck in the second innings.
Yep.
This one is edging, but it's racing down to third man for 4 runs. So you get the impression that Evelyn is going to have a go, and he isn't going to hold back. But that is the end of the first over, and a big booming cut shot there, and but that should take the score to 8 at the end of over number 1.
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of room there. You could see he was a bit cramped, and he didn't get it square off the wicket, more or less getting a tick outside edge, and it travelled very fine down to the third man boundary for 4. So they are up and running in the first over. They picked up 8 in that over. They've got a very long way to go, 386. They've got the remaining day's play, and they've got all of tomorrow. So if they should close here this evening and not lose any wickets, so even probably 1, 2 at the most, they can still give themselves a chance of trying to overhaul that total, although it's going to take a lot of batting to do that. So
And they'll probably need contributions from everybody, and big contributions too. More importantly, quick contributions. Unless you get somebody to like drop anchor at one end and the other person just blazing away at the other end, and having success doing it.
well, this is the man, Johan Lane. He has been very impressive in the first innings. He bowled with a lot of hostility, a lot of short, well-directed short deliveries. He had a lot of batsmen in problems. He did hit a couple of them on the body. As a matter of fact, one of the players is off the field because of that. That's Motara, and he was shocked probably more than twice.
Well, the one that gave him the concussion was the one he got from Naeem Young.
Okay.
That was the last ball of that innings. That jumped at him and struck him in the chest or in the neck region.
I think he's bowled quicker than any of the other fast bowlers. Lane. He's very aggressive, hostile. And the thing about him as well is that he's bowling a very good line. He's not spraying the ball all over the place, as we saw with Blades and one or two others. And Puran in behind this one, watching it onto the bat. Scores fairly heavily in the club championship here in Trinidad. Kamil Puran.
And the thing about it is that the clusters, I think the first 3 rounds, players can make changes to their squads. And the next 2 rounds, rounds 4 and this round, again, you had to go with those players. And so maybe by the time the next round comes around, there might be another cluster. So you may find changes could occur.
That's with the CCC and team?
All
or
teams.
All teams?
Yep. All teams.
Okay.
And that's how Barbados they were able to bring back Jason Holder and for rounds 4 and 5, because they fell into that cluster.
All right.
And just playing at 1, but again taken low down by Tuckett. Tuckett is already low to the ground, and even he had to go very low down just to try to get under that one, which he did. So although it's late afternoon, it's still bright and sunny, and a little breeze as well. Puran getting bat onto ball there, but not able to score. Maiden over to end the second over. It remains 8 without loss.
A good start here from Johan Lane. Keeping it right on the wicket and bowling a maiden in his first over. That's one of the things about him. He's pretty consistent with his line. Damel Evelyn is the man on strike. He is on 4. Your thoughts on them starting with the left arm spinner Ruskin?
I don't have a problem with it because I think you'll exercise good control. I think they're hunting an early wicket here. And a lot of times the batsmen tend to play for turn with the spinner, and the spinner invariably is just looking for drift maybe and a little bit of inward movement.
A bit of seam, yeah, with the new ball, a bit of seam.
Yep.
Well, another thing is the wicket on this end, especially, is seeing a lot of balls keeping low, especially to the left arm orthodox spinners. And if you're caught on the back foot and it keeps low, you would really have some problems keeping it out of your wicket or your pads. Here's Bishop.
And again, Evelyn not playing with a fair amount of abandon. He's not curbing his natural game, and more than prepared to take the fight to the bowlers. That's well played, and that's going to go down the hill for 4 runs. From the moment it passed James at mid-on, it went for 4, and it had 4 written all over it. Very well played.
Yeah, an over-pitch delivery on the pad, and he just leant on that and whipped it wide of the man at mid-on. Here's a slip, there is a leg slip, and there is a forward short leg. There's a short mid-wicket as well. Those are the men in close catching positions. Oh, he's beaten outside off stump. A bit of a half-cocked forward defensive there.
He's too far forward. He can't even reach it. And
Yeah.
so he could easily stand up and play a delivery like that.
Wow.
This one runs off the inside edge again. So again, not much by way of spin, but just that angle, that little drift in with the arm.
Yeah, using the angle as well. He's coming with a wide arm sort of action, so you would get that ball going with the angle, and the batsman more or less seem to be playing him for a little bit of turn. There isn't any at the moment.
Teddy Bishop has positioned himself at that leg slip position, and there is a slipper leg slip and a forward short leg, but the over comes to an end. 14 without loss at the end of it.
20 minutes past the hour of 4, and it is very brilliant sunshine here, still at the UWI spec. As a matter of fact, on the first 2 days, Ruskin, when play was called, I mean, we still could have played a T20 match in that sunlight.
And get it completed too.
Of course. Yuan Lin is going to continue. Looks like a young man with a bit of future. Ups, down the leg side, not the right line. It's a
But
good,
it's a good stop again.
yeah, a good stop by the wicket keeper. That's the 3 men on the onside, a mid on, a short mid wicket and the deep fine leg. Got 2 slips, a gully, and 3 men cutting the single on the offside. Probably would have had another slip in there, Ruskin, or another gully.
And once he hits that, that stays hit. That's very well played. And he got on top of it, and he cracked it down behind point for 4 runs.
Yeah, he had the room there, Kamil Puran, kind of up on his toes to ensure that he kept it down. And with the pace of Yuan Lin, and in that angle that he hit that ball, it raced away for 4. There's a man just behind square on the offside. No chance whatsoever. It's a good shot by Puran. Yeah, I was saying that he should have probably had another slip, go a little more attacking. You got 386 runs to defend. Whipped up way.
That's going as well. So
Wow, that's a good shot. Did it go all the way? No, it's 4. Very quick hands, and he picked it very early indeed. A good reflex shot, whipping it off the pad behind square. And he didn't even bother to move, Kamil Puran.
well, but there's nobody out there. There's just a fine leg. So once he got that just to the right of the umpire.
Yeah, it's more or less a free hit there.
Yep. Big acreage out there. Empty,
Yeah.
vacant areas.
Well, Lane should know that he can't be over pitching on the man's pad.
You have a delay. The ball gone through the fence and it's going under the playing field over on the far side.
Well, that's the hockey field, really.
Where they play small goal football and
Yeah, they play a
as
lot
well.
of small goal football there. I had a lot of time there, Ruskin. Played a lot of football in that part of the ground.
I think I played in a tournament there not too long ago. Small goal tournament.
Yeah. If it's one thing about the university, they have some beautiful sporting outfields at the top end as well, at the bursary end.
Well, that's where we used to play
Yeah.
more cricket. Even
Yeah.
though this was the main thing.
Yeah, there was
a lot
the
of,
West
yeah,
Hall League matches used to play at the bursary
end.
there.
Yeah.
I recall playing a couple of matches there for North Central in the West Hall League. But I did play a lot of football in this area. There are 2 football pitches south of this Sir Frank cricket
Also
ground.
that,
Yeah. They're
Plus
usually
they have
packed
and they
during
have
the
the
football
pool over
season.
on that side as
Yes,
well.
swimming pool just close by. Here's Yuan Lin.
And
Puran
he's driving. That's
drives.
another glorious shot. Brilliantly played, even better than the one before.
Well, that's not the length really. I thought he was successful bowling a lot of short pitch deliveries lane, but he's over pitching to Puran. Not a bad ploy really, because the ball is new, and the further up you pitch it, the more it moves around. But that was over pitch, and Kamil Puran was right to the pitch of it, and a beautiful backlift and follow through, keeping it all on the ground, and he bisected the man at cover and the other fieldsman at mid-off. So he moves quickly on to 20 of just 14 deliveries. Well, that's what you would come to recognize with Lane. Short, intimidating delivery. I don't think he's going to be pitching a lot of deliveries up anymore, because Puran seems to like it up to the bat. Oh, that one kept a bit low.
And that's the vagaries of a wearing pitch.
Yeah, well, it was a bit short, just back of a length, and he was standing upright. He wasn't coming forward, expecting it to bounce a lot higher than it did. Eventually had to get the bat down very quickly, try to keep it out, but he still was not able to make contact. So that's one of the things about this pitch here at the UWI. Regularity with which balls keep low. Oh,
Another one that's not getting up.
yeah, not good technique there. He was backing away more or less to play that cut shot.
That ends the over. It's 27 without out, a fairly expensive one. 13 runs, 3 fours on a wide in there. And just to let you know, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes looking for another victory. They are 72 for 2, chasing 100 and what it look like 86 for a victory, 87 for a victory. So they just need another 114 runs at the moment. They have 8 wickets in hand.
Well, that was a very crucial game, I thought, with Leeward Islands and was it Jamaica? Yes, because they are in second and third positions respectively. The Leeward Islands were in second, Jamaica were in third, and they were separated by just a couple points. So that would be a crucial win for Leeward. That most likely would take them to the top of the standings.
Unfortunately for them, Kieran Powell is out for a duck, but Louis is not out on 30. Carty made 4, and Graves is 35 not out, so he is blazing. He's keeping the scoreboard humming. 74 for 2 right now in that game. So they came off a victory here, and eyeing another one as well, unlike the Windward Islands, who seem to be going in the opposite direction.
Yeah, they started off with a bang, Windward Island Volcanoes.
And again, as we say all along, Evelyn is going to play his shots.
Windward had 3 outright victories in the first 3 games, Ruskin. And now
And
they
they lost the next. Well, if they lose here, they'll lose. They would have
2
lost
straight.
the next 2. Yep.
Yeah.
They're still holding on. They're 97 for 6. at the
Well,
moment.
they have a long while to hold on. They have all off tomorrow. Bishop. A shout for an LBW. He was on the front foot.
Angling in,
Seem-
no spin.
yeah, seems to be drifting down leg. I don't know what the umpire signal in there. Dead ball. I don't know what for. But dead ball was the signal.
I think one of the players were actually bending down to pick up something. I think he was putting it in the helmet, or maybe like a guard or something, and the umpire probably didn't think he was settled into his position. the time. So that completes the over. It's 29 without loss. Chasing a massive.
It's going to be interesting here with this over from Lane if he's to continue. He was taken for a couple boundaries in that previous over. He bowled to Kamil Puran. Pitched up deliveries being dispatched. I want to believe that he's going to resort to bowling at a shorter length.
So I wonder what the scenario would be, or what the discussion would be, if the CCC don't lose a wicket this evening, but close at about 60 without loss.
I think they're always going to be under pressure, Ruskin. 386 is a very big ask. And as you say, if they don't lose any wickets here this evening, that as well would be another scenario if they can do that. But I would always think that the academy are in the much better position. Well, change at the top end immediately.
Naeem Young is into the attack.
Yes, Young has replaced Johan Lane after he went for 13 in that last over. A little surprised that they took him off, really.
Yeah, I think remember, this is all part of the learning curve for these young men. They have to go through, difficult situations. It's not like the game is going to be won this evening, won and or lost this evening. So you want them to learn and understand what the requirements are. But I suppose the challenge here is Naeem Young is himself a young captain, so he is probably not thinking that way. He's only seeing, runs.
Scoring off his bowler.
Runs are being scored off the bowler. And so it's
wow.
Again, shaping like he wants to crack that one square. But again, very little by way of foot movement. He's just holding his position and then
yeah, hand-eye coordination.
Relying on the blade to do the work for him.
Looks like he likes the ball up to him. So he's ready to really play his shots once the ball is pitched in his half of the pitch. Well, as a matter of fact, I thought I would have kept on Lane and not let him bowl at a shorter length to Kamil Puran and see what would happen, because he really did wake up this pitch here in the first innings, and he had a lot of batsmen taking evasive action, a couple of them getting hit as well. So I don't understand the thinking really here of Captain Naeem Young. He himself didn't pick up any wickets in the first inning. So wow, that will be 4 inside edge.
Yep, it kept low again, and again playing away from his body. Luckily for him, he didn't get a thick enough edge so it could run onto the stumps, but it certainly went down to fine leg.
So that's looking a bit loose here, Kamil Puran.
And Raja, this could be you by Easter weekend. So a little mad bull going up there.
Well, that's not too far from where I live, actually.
that might be a son.
No, I guess Isaiah and Emil are both too big for that.
Look at this, like it's Ayo in there.
Yes, one is as they say, Ayo.
Yes, it's Ayo in there.
That's when the
On
string,
the wire,
when
on
the
the
string
electric
bursts.
wire. For some strange reason, they always find the electric wire.
Well, it seemed to have eluded the wire, so they still have a chance of getting it back.
Get it back, yes. But then there's a lot of traffic there. This time he's going down behind point again. He won't get the boundary this time.
Yeah. He's going very hard at those balls pitched up to him, Kamil Puran. He is trusting the pace and bounce of the wicket. 34 without loss, and we have seen the end of the 6th over.
Yeah, so far so good for the CCC. And again, I think this is a great opportunity for their batsmen, even if they don't get the runs. Everybody who comes to the wicket must be thinking now of getting a good score, or at least showing that they won, because I think they all are short of runs. So, this is a good opportunity to put some runs under your belt, and just bat. If you get a half century, or if you can get 100 for that matter, this would be a great opportunity to do so. So Joshua Bishop continues from that southern end. Not for 15 from his 3 overs. And that one is gone. From the moment he hit it, you could tell he gave himself a little bit of room, a little inside out, and he went over the long off boundary for 6 runs.
It's a very good clean hit here from Kamil Puran. Picked it up very early, very decisive with the shot. And he knew exactly that from early he was going to play that shot. Once he judged the length and the flight, he was through the line. The ball is still very new, so it would be coming onto the bat.
He goes quickly on to 31 from 25 deliveries. So he's been scoring at a rate of knots, as they say. The more aggressive Damel Evelyn is on 7 from 14. So you normally would expect Evelyn to be the one blazing away, but Puran is taking the lead here. He goes again, this time through over the off field, 1-2 bounces into the extra cover boundary for 4 more.
That's another good cricket shot. He realizes that everyone on the offside is trying to save a single. He wasn't to the pitch of it, but he decided he was going through with the shot. And he played it exactly where he wanted it. Opened the face and got it over the cover area down to the deep extra cover for 4. Now we've seen some adjustments to the field. The man at mid-off is dropping right back down to long off. And the man at cover is just a bit deep.
He's going again, this time over long on, and that's more runs for him. That's another boundary. So they adjusted on the offside. He goes on the onside, and Bishop figures now 4 overs for 29 runs. It's 35, or rather 39 now to Kamil Puran. It's 49 without loss.
Well, that's good clean hitting here from Kamil Puran. Seems to have a bit of form. As I was saying before, he scores pretty heavily in the local championship club cricket. And he's now showing glimpses here of why he scores so heavily at the club level. Free scoring batsman.
But when you get a flyer like this, Roger, you could do one of 2 things. You either just continue in that vein and kind of ride your luck, or you assess the situation and you say, you know what, I already have 39 runs here. If I play my cards right, I can easily get a half century, maybe even 100. And speaking of getting runs,
it's going to be 3, I believe, yeah.
They might get a 3rd if they hurry. Yes, they will. And they're going to get it to a little fumble from Lane. And the batsmen are able to complete the 3rd run. So that's the 50 on the board.
And that came in very quick time as well. We are just in the 7th over. It's good clean hitting here.
A 52-run partnership to start their reply, which is just what the doctor ordered. Can they keep it going? Better yet, can they end the day without losing a wicket? And he's going to get one more here. And so they were just rotating strike quite nicely, complementing each other.
Kamil Puran taking this attack apart here at UWI Spec. And CCC 53, and we're in the 8th over. Here's Naim Young. Much more watchful Evelyn. Kamil Puran is the man who is doing most of the attacking. And good calculated shots as well from Puran.
Yeah, he's hitting the ball where the fielders are not, if you know what I mean. If they're in, he's going over their heads.
And that's what I was expecting from the fast bowlers. You can't be pitching up so often and getting hit for boundaries. You got to keep the batsman thinking all the time. So one passing close to the head is not a bad idea. But I'm still not in favour of him having taken off Johan Lane after just 2 overs, even though he conceded a couple boundaries. You should expect that.
Just kind of feeling for that one.
Well, there's also personal rivalries as well with these young teams. You would expect that. These are 2 developmental teams. I mean, Naim Young has not yet established himself at the senior West Indies level. And he could be bothered by the fact that Johan Lane has shown a lot of promise in that first innings.
That's well played, and
I don't know what was the rush to take him off the ball, really.
so that brings the other over to an end. 54. No, for no loss after 8.
Okay.
And Raja will be happy to know that CSK started their IPL campaign with a win today over the Royal Challengers Bangalore. RCB made 173 for 6, and CSK made 176 for 4 in reply to win by 6 wickets.
Well, I'm not actually a fan of CSK, Ruskin. I used to be a fan of RCB, but since the departure of AB de Villiers, I don't have any favorite IPL team. I just look at the matches. But I did like RCB when AB de Villiers was there. He was my favorite player. Still is.
Even with Faf du Plessis there?
No, he hasn't really impressed me as the way AB de Villiers did. And there's so many other young, exciting batsmen. I don't think I look at Faf du Plessis too much. With all due respect to him and CSK. You seem to be a fan of CSK, Ruskin.
No, I was just looking at the scores because I know a lot of people follow the IPL.
Okay, yeah, but I think I might have to look at it later on this evening when I get home.
Ned now takes over.
Yes, but I really used to enjoy looking at AB de Villiers. I think he has changed the way cricket has been played over the last few years while he was there. Ashmin Ned has replaced Joshua Bishop. Well, not much of a change really. They are both left-arm orthodox spinners, but Bishop was taken apart by Kamil Puran in his last over. But Evelyn is the man on strike. Looking to whip it.
Yep.
Okay.
Nice tumbling save there.
Attacking field here for the spinner. 3 men in close catching, actually 4. There's a short mid wicket and there are 2 slips. The orthodox off slip and there's a leg slip, a forward short leg.
Well, they've put the long off back on the boundary, but the mid on is up. And here he is going hard again, Kamil Puram. They're anticipating that shot, but they don't have a deep cover for him. But you're almost certain he's going to try to slice it over the inner ring on the offside.
That's provided he has the room to do that.
And the man at cover has dropped back a meter or two, just precisely for that. And that completes the over. So 56 without loss at the end of it. Puran is into the 40s.
Yeah, that's very impressive batting from Kamil Puran. Scoring much quicker than a runner ball. Well, beside this CCC team, or the beside the West Indies Academy team, I am trying to wonder, Ruskin, which other first class team did Naim Young captain? I don't know if he did captain his home team, West Indies youth. Apparently, like, he was not looking at his bowler in the first innings. I thought that Johan Lane had every one of the batsmen that he bowled to in the first innings in trouble. And taking him off after just 2 overs was...
But he did look a bit jaded for whatever reason. He really wasn't running in with the same aggression that he had. This one could go close to the boundary, and good cricket there, cutting it off, but stumbling over in the process by Allen. They have a little bruise on the knee there as a result.
Well, the thing about it, the point you were making just now, if they don't lose any wickets this afternoon, and they should reach anywhere in the vicinity of 70 to 80 runs, Ruskin, they would have a good chance tomorrow, depending on how well they bat. That's the CCC, I mean.
Yeah, this is a very good platform for them to launch. I'm not saying they will get to their intended target of 386 to win, but this gives them hope. You know, it sets them up nicely to come tomorrow with renewed hope and enthusiasm and belief, thinking that maybe we have a chance.
Well, they've got a great start here. I mean, they're scoring at more than a run a ball. They've not lost any wickets. So if they should continue batting as aggressively as they've done, you know, 300 in a day's play here is not all that difficult. We've seen it happen over the last 2 days. But some one of these openers would have to give you a big score here. Even both of them.
When you think about this, the 316 scored by the West Indies Academy for 7 declared, they use up 87 overs. And they're thinking of a second run now. They're going to go back for it and they'll get it too. That's good aggressive running once again. He was well grounded in his crease and they completed the run. There's an appeal for a run out, but I don't think it was more in hope than anything else because he was well in his crease. And I was just looking at the number of overs. So we've had 10 overs here. There were 11 overs overnight, right? So they probably only have a handful of overs remaining because if they took out 3 overs for the changeover, they used up 87. You minus the 11 overs that they bowled last night.
Well, these
Isn't it?
umpires seem to be doing
So-
their own thing out there because the past 2 days I thought that they've called off play.
Very early.
Yeah, kind of
and they're
prematurely.
still-
I mean, the light was so good, there were a couple overs remaining and they didn't really play it out.
So here we already have 10 overs completed. So we'll see if they will play the 1 over, maybe 1 additional over.
Welcome back. Kamil Puran playing a exhibition, showing an exhibition of batting here this evening. Young man with a lot of talent and hits the ball hard.
62 without loss.
I know you said was going to get 60 by this evening, but they have gone past that.
Yep, they're ahead of the game.
I think the last club game he played, saw the game he made 177 before the day's close of play on the first day.
He is batting well, and what he's done, he's kind of upset the plan of the fielding team, because when they brought the players in, he went overhead. When they parked them on the offside, he went on the onside.
With cricketing shots.
Yep. So he is certainly showing that he's thinking about what he's doing. He's not just going, but he's still trying to play on merit.
He's on 43 from 34 balls, 62 without loss after 10.3.
And it's 4:55 right now. So certainly maybe another 2 overs before 5 o'clock. And if they can survive to that point, it will certainly be a fantastic sort of fight back on their part.
If CCC could close at 86 for no loss this evening, it could be a fight tomorrow to score 300 in a day's play.
But Shamar Brooks will be the key to that.
Definitely so.
And as he goes, so goes CCC tomorrow. Not that Evelyn and Puran can't chip in, but it really look to him. In fact, I think the academy will look to him as the one to get.
I would like the same bat 3. So if no wicket out today, bat 3 tomorrow. Take it on their shoulders.
62 without loss at the end of the over. I think everybody is looking to see what the umpires are going to do. And I think they might have another over. Yep. I think there's enough time. There are about 3 or 4 minutes left. So if they move quickly, they might still get an additional over. But they don't seem too keen on that. They're just ambling into their fielding positions.
Evelyn is
No
on
real urgency.
14 from 33 deliveries.
And he is the gunshot man. So
Well,
he has played a responsible kind of supporting role.
This is what happens when, if the other guys on the go, you just give him as much strike as possible.
And that one is peeling off again. Don't you drifting into the pads. That's kind of bread and butter for somebody like Puran. Doesn't have to go very far.
For a slim build fella, he hits the ball very hard though. That's proper timing. Good hand-eye coordination.
I feel sorry though for the young person or person who would have lost their kite. I don't know if they just burst or if the one that is still flying there cut him in his hand, as they say. I didn't see the engagement, but they were close together. So there is every possibility that is exactly what happened.
As long as when you were small, you put razor blade in the tail.
Oh yeah, man. And you must have it.
It was fun, plenty
Yep.
fun.
And where I used to live in Baratow, we used to go up the hill by the church. That's well played. And they're going to get a couple here. And it's going close to the boundary, and they'll just settle for the 2.
On more than one occasion, I was in Guyana to play cricket for around Easter time. It's a big
It's big, kite flying.
kite
big
flying
and
in Everest cricket ground.
Yep. Yeah, I think, and it's fun flying, but you see, a lot of people now don't even make their own kites. Before we used to make our own kites. Get a little cookie and as I said, as Joel taught me, cut up your mother's sheet and make tail.
65 without loss after 11.3. Evelyn is on 16 from 35. Camille Puran on 44 from 35. Naim Young in his 4th over, none for 17. CCC going along nicely here this evening.
I think his Joel forced his moms to buy a comforter, That's a nice pull shot. That's very well played, but there is a man positioned there, but he got on top of it. Yeah, I think Bonio could attest to that. That she was fed up of losing sheets, so she decided, I'll have a fitted sheet and then I'll use a comforter after that, because the lady would be outside doing stuff in her yard and watching her sheet flying over her head. See, but that looks familiar. And yes, another well-judged single once again. So these two have really batted superbly. It's a no ball at that. So tack on another 2 runs there.
Puran has been scoring runs on the offside and the onside regularly. So he's showing that he can score runs on both sides of the wicket. He might long off, long on. So it's a good knock so far with
Minimal risk. Just that one tendency he has to kind of stay on the side of the ball and then just try to play through the offside. That's a well-played shot. Won't get anything for it, but I don't think he'll be too disappointed by it. And very well played. So these two have really shown their hand here. 68 without loss now after 12 overs.
Puran is on 45 from 36. Evelyn is on 17 from 38.
The run rate is 5.67. And we're not playing T20 cricket. 90. So it's a 68 without loss, and what a current run rate.
5.67. Tomorrow you have 540 balls to bat.
And I don't think Anil scored at that rate when he made his 57 Sunday gone.
That's about 9 point something like that.
And that one kept very low again, and it's similar to what we have seen before. We've seen a couple batsmen leave it alone and the ball hitting the base of the stump because it's not turning away. If anything, it's just angling in. He's edging, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. It's coming down in front of us here, a vacant third man, and that's 4 runs. Again, he's trying to just hit across the ball slightly and hitting a thick outside edge and pushes it down to the boundary. So he goes racing along.
To 45 and 37.
49 in 38.
Sorry, 49 and 38.
So he's 1 away from a half century. 72 now without loss. They require a further 314 runs. Do you believe?
We have an exciting day tomorrow.
And again, everyone just beating him outside the off stump. He's just nibbling at it. So it's a kind of a mixed bag for him in this over. He's played and missed a couple of times. He hit the edge And he left one alone that was very close to the off stump. 72 without loss.
Strike rate at 5.76 in a 4-day game. That's excellent, especially chasing. That gives you the impression that CCC is going after these runs.
And they didn't have to take too many risks. They just kind of took what the bowlers gave them. A little bit of improvisation on the part of Puran kind of upset the plans a bit with his lofty hitting. Here he is cutting at one and
keeping a bit low.
Yep. But I don't think this is the time for him to even attempt a shot like that. Although you have to say it's what got him here, but at the same time, now is the time to start thinking about tomorrow, if he hasn't been thinking about it before. And quicker delivery from Ned to end the over. And certainly I find that should end the day's play as well. So that is it, 49 to Puran, 72 without loss.
CCC requires 314 tomorrow. Will be exciting day's play. 90 overs, all 10 wicket.
So Evelyn is on 17, Puran is on 49. So a solid foundation for these two. And I'm sure the discussion is, how do you get 314 runs in a day tomorrow? And but you have two batsmen who are very positive. So if they could come back tomorrow and kind of continue with this, who knows? Maybe by lunch they look at where you are and they do a little assessment and see how if you need to up the scoring or drop. You can't lose too many wickets in that first session, maybe two at most. But if you could score 100 in that session and lose only 2 wickets, then you're 170 or 172 or thereabouts. You're well on your way. You need probably just over 200, maybe just under 200 runs the rest of the way. You have 2 sessions to get that. So it could be very interesting.
They are striking at 5.54. I think Floyd will have to decide tomorrow. Is either you have 540 deliveries about tomorrow, or you take it in session by session. So they have 2 options there. But Floyd, as a coach, good coach, he will be able to guide them properly tomorrow. And as you rightly said, 100 in a session could set it up nicely without minimum wicket losing.
Yeah, this performance here
has
really
put them well.
Put them on a good footing. It's now for them to continue with that tomorrow morning. And so again, that first session tomorrow, that first hour tomorrow, could be very, very crucial indeed. So that is the situation, folks, with the West Indies Academy setting the CCC 386 to win. That's after they declared at 316 for 7 in their second innings. Teddy Bishop was the star with 114, his maiden 100 at the list A level. And James got a gutsy and breezy 58. Graves had 3 for 76 with his off spin. Utley with his left arm spinners got 2 for 48. And Blades, the left arm seamer, had 2 for 64. And chasing a massive 386, facing 386 to win, the pair of Ramel Evelyn and Kamil Puran took a liking to the academy bowling, and at Stumps they are 72 without loss, still 314 away, but they've given themselves a wonderful chance here to at least dream about possibly getting those runs. So when we come back tomorrow, Evelyn will be on 17, Puran is 49, and that's where we are in this encounter. An interesting final day on tap. We hope you could join us for that. So from the UE Spec ground here in St. Augustine on the campus of the University of the West Indies, I'm Ruskin Mark, thanking you for joining us. Join us tomorrow morning with the CCC chasing 386 and needing a further 314 to win, will resume at 72 without loss. We'll see you tomorrow.